Chief Albert Luthuli. All of them, they tell me that on the contrary to the intention of the assassination of Chief Albert Luthuli to demoralize the spirit of Umkhonto weSizwe, the opposite happened. It really motivated them to fight as they did very heroically.
Futhi ke mangangezelela ke kuloko bengisho ukuthi la kukhona isikhathi lapho ngangisekudingisweni khona kukhona amanye amaqhawe engadibana nawo lawo engiwadalulile bangitshela ke la ukuthi ke na kahle ke inhloso yokuthi kugudluzwe inkosi noma umongameli uLuthuli kwakukuthunaza noma kubakhathaza ke amandla ke la umkhonto ke uzabalaza ke uphokophele phambili ke ukuba kube nokukhuleka kanti akuzukwenzeka ngalo ndlela manje ke sikhona ukuthi bathunazeke bakhathala umoya kwaba ilabe banomfutho khona namandla noma nogqozi lokuthi baphokophele phambili ke ekulweleni umzabalazo.
So are there any lessons that have been learned by the ANC from the death of Chief Albert John Mvumbi Luthuli?
One of the major lessons, in my view, is that even though Chief Albert Luthuli was one of our greatest leaders of the African National Congress, but the ANC always believed in collective leadership. They kill one leader, other leaders emerge to ensure that the struggle continues.
Mangiphendula kulombuzo ukuthi ngabe kukhona nesifundo ke njengenhlangano iANC eyasifundayo ke la ekusocongweni ke kwa Nkosi uLuthuli uthi yize inkosi uLuthuli kwaku yenye yezinqalabutha noma uyomholi ke oqotho kodwa kuloko kukhothama ke kwa noma ekutheni ke igudluze ibulawe kodwa iANC yayikwazi ukuthi iphinde kuqhubeke kube khona omunye umholi naye okwazi ukuthi ke naye angene ecathulweni ke abe namandla ukuze ke bakwazi ukuqhubeka nokuthi balisane nomzabalazo.
When they killed Chief Albert Luthuli, they thought the leadership of the ANC is destroyed, but another great leader, Oliver Tambo, took the baton moving forward. As the Romans say, the king is dead, long live the king.
Lesikhathi ke bebulala inkosi uLuthuli babecabanga ukuthi baqedile ngobuholi noma ke ngayo iANC kanti akubanga ke njalo kwa ukuthi ke la ekubulaweni kwakhe ke uLuthuli khona ke umongameli noma ke uTambo naye wakwazi ukuthi phela manje abeseke engena esicathulweni ke impilo iqhubeke ke futhi kube ukuthi naye uba namandla njengoba bayebasho ukuthi uma ukushona ukukhothama kwenye inkosi kuba nalamandla ekutheni ngasonke isikhathi phela inkosi ke ihlezi ke iphila hayi ngoba isuke ifile.
So as I am concluding leading your evidence, is there any issue that you want to bring to the attention of these proceedings?
I just want to say, as I conclude my testimony, that Luthuli was one of our greatest leaders that the ANC has ever seen. He is the one who brought about a new modern ANC. On top of that, as we know, one of our icons is Nelson Mandela, who also became a global icon, who talked about a long road to freedom, that after climbing a hill, you discover that there are more hills to climb. But that road of Mandela to freedom was paved by Chief Albert Luthuli, who told us that the road to freedom is via the cross.
Cha engakungezelela ke sengiphothula ke ubufakazi bami ke ngithe ngabuthula ke ezithebeni zale nkantolo ukusho ukuthi impela inkosi uLuthuli kwakuyiqhawe ke la emsebenzini wakhe umunye wabaholi engeke siphinde sibe naye ngobuqotho nangokuyikhandla ke kwakhe kodwa iNC ngenhlanhla yabe sikwazi ukuthola ke uNelson Mandela naye waba ingqalabutho ke la ekuthenini ke kuyo yonke ke imqansa njoba ekhuluma ke ngendlela eya ethi ke indlela eya enkululekweni yinde ukuthi ke ufike weqe ke noma uhambe uyicaca intaba kodwa uyicacile lo ndaba kusekhona enye futhi ke esuke isakhona ke enye intaba okufuna futhi uphinde ke uyicace futhi lokho phela singakubeka ngokusobala sisho ukuthi yize uMandela athi mesengena ke esekhuluma ngalendlela ke ende empumelelo kodwa lendlela ke noma lecathi langena ke kuzona wayehlelelwe noma umuntu uyena waqala umcabela indlela uyena ke inkosi ke ngasekho uLuthuli.
That road to freedom that via the cross that Chief Albert Luthuli talked about ended on that fateful day in 1967 when the apartheid Pontius Pilate and other Pharisees crucified him in that Golgotha together with other apartheid Pharisees.
Cha uyabona ke lendlela ayikhuluma ke ngayo ayithi ke indlela ke yinde inzima futhi ke ukuze ukwazi ukuphothula noma ufinyelela kuyona indlu lemnqamlezweni eqala impela ke kwabanjalo ekutheni ke yaphela mhla labo uhulumeni ke bengcindezi noma ke bobandlululo noma engabachaza nje ukuthi ke lelo langa ko Pilate naba Farisi ke bemnqamleza emnqamlezweni ilona suku okwabe ke seinqamlezo noma sekuphelela ke kanjalo ke okusuku lolu lokubulawa ke kwakhe ngonyaka ka 1967.
My lady, that is the evidence.
Thank you. Ms. Chena, do you have any questions for the witness?
Thank you, Madam. Good morning, my lady.
Good morning, Ms. Chena.
Good morning, David. My lady, I would like to make reference to a couple of documents that are contained within Exhibit H of the bundle, my lady. And for ease of reference, my lady, I have made copies of those specific documents, which I would like
That
to make
is
reference to.
volume D.
That's volume D, yes, Exhibit H, correct,
Can
my
I
lady?
have, you've got extracts from there, or should I use?
I've got extras for my lady,
Okay, thank
if I
you.
may hand them in.
Thank you.
Thank you, my lady. And from these documents, my lady, I'm merely going to elicit a comment from the witness, my lady.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, in front of you, we've put some documents. If you can go to page 72. Do you have it in front of you, sir?
Yes,
Thank you. As you can see, sir, this is a translation of an extract of an editorial that was published in Oslo. The publication dated 16 December 1961. The editor thereof was a person by the name of Jostein Neymar. Do you see that?
yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I'm going to proceed to read some of the contents of this article into the record, and if you can just comment on your opinion on what is expressed in this article. It is titled About Nobel Prize and Whipping. Paragraph 1. Of all the prizes and awards that and given, sorry, it's not quite clear. Perhaps let me move on to paragraph 3, because paragraph 1 is not very clear. It states that when the Nobel Committee of the Storting gave the colored South African Chief Albert Luthuli the Peace Prize for 1960, it may have supposed that Dr. Verwoerd and his colleagues in the nationalist government of South Africa has mumbled angry curses over the members of the Nobel Committee. Next paragraph. On the 10th December, Albert Luthuli got his Peace Prize presented in the Ola Hall of Oslo University. The South African government, who has persecuted him for years, brought him to court and put him in jail, and now holds him banished on a lonely farm, gave him a visa to travel to Oslo. Exit permit was given grudgingly, not for Luthuli's own sake, but for the sake of those who gave the permit. As one of the nationalist papers in South Africa expressed it, best to let him go, or there will be a terrific moan. The parenthesis, the international moan, is sometimes effective. Would you care to give us a comment on what is reflected in this article, sir?
Well, my view from this article reflects the prestige with which the world looked at President Chief Albert Luthuli, that even the regime itself, in spite of them persecuting and restricting him, but the voice of the world was so loud that they could not afford not to let Chief Albert Luthuli to travel to Oslo to obtain this prestigious Nobel Peace Prize.
Thank you, sir.
Masibeka ke la ngokwephepha ke lalibhaliwe elimayelana nodaba lokuyomkomeliswa kwenkosi ke uLuthuli lapha ke eOslo. Kuyavela ukuthi uhulumeni wangalesa sikhathi wobandlululo cha wawunganemeneze ke mayelana nokudedelwa ke kwabo kwakukhona ke benikezelela ke bekhipha iziqalekiso ke beqalekisela ngishona laba ikomiti leli kuyilona elaliyomkhomelisa. Kodwa uma usubheka ke la yonke ke lento yenzeka ngokuthi phela abazibagcine bephoqela ukuthi bahambe, uyabona ukuthi indlela kwabo ubona loya hulumeni wawunayo ingcindezi nezwe ke lonke kuyacaca ukuthi indlela okwenzeka khona akugcinanga kube ukuthi ke kugcina bona, kodwa kwazwakala amandla abamakhulu kwaba amaphimbo ezwe lilonke ekutheni ke ababemile ekutheni ke cha umele ukuthi ke adedelwe ahambe ke ayokonyeliswa ke la noma hlonishwe ke njengendoda ke eyayiqotho ke yakha ke uqolo.
And lastly, my comment on that is that what we have just read also reflects the courage and the bravery of Chief Albert Luthuli when he had been given a chance to go to exile by going to Oslo, but he felt to be with his people. He came back to fight the regime head on.
Nanokuthi uma usubheka ke la isibindi nokuqhuqhuzeleka namandla yenawo ukuthi ke wathi noma selinikewe lelo thuba lokuthi ayileke ekudingisweni sekwazile ukuhamba ayomukela umklomelo wakhe lapha eOslo, kodwa ngokuthi kwakuyindoda ke enesibindi waphinde wabuya wakhetha ukuphinda abuye ke futhi la ukuzoqhubeka nokuthi phela alwele abantu bakhe kulomzabalazo noma ke kule ngcindezi ababe ngaphansi kwayo.
Thank you, sir. And if you can page 74. This is another article that was written in Oslo, also translated into English, with the heading, Zulu Chief Took the Prize. First paragraph reads as follows: Nobel's Prize can still have a meaning in this mad world. Albert Luthuli has, by his behavior in Oslo, been a wonderful spokesman for South Africa's original population and for the non-white communities. One is left with a tiny doubt. His ways are so honest, his methods of fighting so clean, that it must suit the whites in power only too well. If, in spite of all, there will be a peaceful solution in South Africa, the white oppressors can thank Albert Luthuli for that. They can thank him, whom they have deposed as chief and forbidden his political activity. What is your comment on that, sir?
Well, my comment on that goes back to what I said in my main testimony, that there has been this narrative that Chief Albert Luthuli was being looked at in one-dimensional view, that he was just a man of peace, which is true, but he was also a revolutionary who was at the forefront, in fact, at the head of the struggle against the system of apartheid. I notice that this letter that you are writing is actually written on the 16th of December 1961, the very day that President Luthuli and other leaders of the Congress Alliance formally launched Umkhonto weSizwe as a military wing of our movement.
Masibheka ngokwaleli phepha ke leli lalibhalwe le Oslo elimayelana elalikhuluma ke ngenkosi eyekade uthathile ke umklomelo, uthi uma ubheka ngendlela abachazeke ngayo la ngempela injengoba sokhumbula ukuthi kokuningi bechazwe njengendoda enobuntu enoxolo, ngempela ke kwakunjalo indlela yokwenza ke kwakhe yena ke uLuthuli, ngoba uzokhumbula ke ukuthi uma usubheka la umhla ka16 kuDisemba 1961 lokuyiwona okwakhishwa ke ngalo noma kwabhala ngalo liphepha, yilona losuku lolu ke ubaba uLuthuli ke namanye ke amaqhawe ilanga okwakhiwa ke ngalo umkhonto wesizwe ngenhloso phela manje ukuphokela phambili ukwazi ukuthi ke kuliwe noma ke kuzabalazwe ke kuzabalazelwe ke lengcindezi ke noma uhulumeni wobandlululo.
Thank you, sir. And if you page to 68.
68
68 should be a separate
document.
document, yes.
Oh,
Are you going to
I thought we were going backwards.
number this document and exhibit?
We can do so, my lady.
Exhibit N.
I know we ended at M2 yesterday, so we can perhaps mark it as M3.
Is the next document?
Thank you, my lady. On the front, it's 68.
Yes.
We did refer to this document yesterday, my lady. In fact, Advocate Dunya read it into the record. I just wanted to elicit a comment from the witness.
What exhibit number was it?
I believe it was M, if I'm not mistaken.
M.
M1 is something else. M1 is the additional court judgment. It was read into the record, my lady, and I'm not able to pick up whether we actually made it an exhibit. Because according to my notes, M1 was the regional court judgment
Yes, I've got M1 and M2.
and M2.
Now we have M3,
We have M3.
the one that you've just dealt with.
Yes, yes,
And
my
this
lady.
one,
This one,
we did refer to it yesterday,
Correct,
but
my
in the
lady.
meantime, you can carry on
okay.
and we will find its exhibit number.
That's the
in
copies,
due
my lady.
course.
Have you got a document with page 68 at the
ma'am.
bottom? Thank you, sir. If we go to paragraph 2 of the said document, point number 3, as you can see, it states that on 9 July 1954, a ban on gatherings was issued for 2 years in terms of Act 27 of 1914. Can you see that?
Yes, ma'am.
On point 4, it says on 9 July 1954, a territorial restriction was issued for 2 years in terms of Act 27 of 1914.
Yes, ma'am.
Then on point 5, it says on 22 May 1959, a territorial restriction was issued for 5 years in terms of Section 3(5) of Act 17 of 1956.
Yes,
You see
ma'am.
that? And then on point 6, on 22 May 1959, a ban on gatherings was issued for 5 years in terms of Section 9(1) of Act 44 of 1950.
Yes, ma'am.
From the reading of this document alone, one can see that the restrictions imposed on Luthuli were increased from 2 years to 5 years.
Yes, ma'am.
To such an extent that they became even more stricter in 1959. If you go to the separate document 297,
Which one?
297 in the front.
South African Police?
At the bottom of the page, it says 297.
Do you have? I can't find.
Not the 287, Ms. Trina.
297.
The documents that you gave me, there's
not have a
287 and then 299 and 693.
I have a 297 in front of me. See, my lady doesn't have 297.
No, I've
No.
got 287.
287.
Yes, that the document that starts with, it's got a subheading, the mouths of restrained persons also gagged.
Okay. I'm yet to refer to that one.
Not 299.
There's 299 to 302, yes, but there's
Yes,
also
I do have.
297. Okay. It's all right. We can just refer to 299. So for 299, just to go into detail, on the ban that was issued on the deceased. It says that, I'll read it into record, to Albert John Luthuli, Gradville, District of Lower Tugela, Natal. Notice in terms of paragraph A of subsection 1 of section 10 of the Suppression of Communism Act 1950, Act 44 of 1950. Whereas I, Balthazar Johannes Foster, Minister of Justice of the Republic of South Africa, am satisfied that you are engaged in activities which are furthering or may further the achievement of the objects of communism, I hereby, in terms of paragraph A of subsection 1 of section 10 of the Suppression of Communism Act 1950, in brackets Act number 44 of 1950, prohibit you for a period commencing on the date on which this notice is delivered or tendered to you, and expiring on 31st day of May 1969, from absenting yourself from the magisterial district of Lower Tugela. B, being within any location, native hostel, or native village as defined in the Natives, in brackets, Urban Areas Consolidation Act 1945, in brackets, Act number 25 of 1945. 2, any native compound. 3, the premises of any factory as defined in the Factories, Machinery and Building Work Act 1941, Act number 22 of 1941. 4, any place which constitutes the premises on which any publication as defined in Section 1 of the said Suppression of Communism Act 1950 is prepared, compiled, printed, or published. 5. Any place which constitutes the premises of any organization contemplated in Government Notice R 2130 of the 28th December 1962, and any place which constitutes premises on which the premises of any such organization are situate. 6. Any place or area which constitutes the premises on which any public or private university, university, college, school, or other educational institution is situate. 7. Any area set apart under any law for the occupation of colored or Asiatic persons. 8. The township of Stanger. So from this document, would it be correct to read it or to interpret it to say that Chief Albert Luthuli was not to be seen in the company of anyone else within a public setting?
Yes, definitely. And also on top of that, the act under which is being restricted is the suppression of communism, which means that the regime also saw him as a threat similar to that of communism threat.
Kunjalo ke la ukuthi uma sibheka eqaleni bekusaqala ke kufundwe imithetho ke ayesephila ngaphansi kwayo eyayikhishwe lapha ke ngokwenkantolo ngalesa sikhathi ngokuhlukana ke futhi ke la thethe imvimba ukuthi abe khona endaweni ke izimhlangano noma ke vinjele ukuthi kwezinye izifunda ke angabi khona kuzona la kuhlangenwe khona ke uma ubheka ngokweminyaka ababemnyaka neqaleni yayiloko ke inyuka yaqala eminyakeni kunyaka izinyanga eziyishumi kwaya ke lapha eminyakeni emibili kwanyuka kwaya kwemhlanu kwangaphelele lapho kwaze kwanyukwa ke manje sekusetshenziswa umthetho owawulisana namakomanisi ekutheni ke manje ke aqhubeke ke manje makuphela le siyasigwebo noma le isikhathi sale imithetho ayisadonsa ngaphansi kwayo ke manje ke bese kuyanyuswa ke kusuka mhla 31 kuMay kuya ku1969 kuqhutshekwa njalo ke futhi manje ke nokuthi ke manje ke hayi usevinjela ukuba sendaweni yasemahostela funeka uthadibane nabantu indawo izikole emacollege nje umuntu nje wasekufuna aphile yakhe impilo akakwazi ukuthi esidlangalaleni akube khona umunye umuntu noma abanye abantu adibana ke nabo impela ke ngizophendula ngisho ngithi kunjalo njoba ke kuvela ngokwemthetho ngaleso sikhathi kahulumeni obandlululo owawuyiphonse noma ke uyinikezelele uLuthuli ingoba phela manje wayibonakala ke eyingozi ke lapha ke kuwona umthetho obandlululo njoba wawulwisana la namakomanisi ke la ukuthi ke njoba bemvimba ke la ukudibana nabantu ezikoleni endawo kusetshenzwa kuzona ezinye inhlangano base bembekela lemthetho ke ayisephila ngaphansi kwayo.
In addition to that, it is very clear that banning Luthuli under the Suppression of Communism Act, the very purpose of the Suppression of Communism Act of 1950 was not really aimed against curbing communism in South Africa, because the way the definition of communism is described in the Act, anyone who opposed the apartheid government was regarded as a communist. Luthuli was a known Christian believer. He has never been a member of the Communist Party of South Africa nor the underground South African Communist Party.
Cha uma usubheka ngokwalomthetho ke owasusetshenziswa owalisana nobukomanisi wango1950 kahle lo mthetho kwakumthetho owawulisana nanoma ngawubani owayephikisana nohulumeni wobandlululo. Sizokhumbula ke ukuthi umubheka umnumzane uLuthuli wayaziwa ke kakhulu njengekholwa umuntu owayethobekile noma ke enza ke ubulungiswa futhi ayikho inhlangano noma akukho lapha echazo noma yaziwa khona njengomuntu owayikomanisi noma mhlawumbe khona inhlangano eyimshosha phansi yobukomanisi mhlawumbe ayekade ke ekuyona.
And what supports what you have just said, sir, is evident within paragraph C of the said banning order. He was not a communist, but he was banned from communicating in any manner whatsoever with any person whose name appears on any list in the custody of the officer referred to in Section 8 of the said Suppression of Communism Act 1950, or in respect of whom any prohibition under the said Suppression of Communism Act 1950 or the Riotous Assemblies Act 1956, Act number 17 of 1956 is in force.
Well, that paragraph reflects precisely what I've been saying, that Chief Albert Luthuli was not a member of the Communist Party, was a Christian. Now we know on this book that I quoted, were a meeting that Ronnie Kasrils, our former Minister of Intelligence, attended in 1962 in Gradville, which was chaired by Chief Albert Luthuli, even under these strict conditions. And one of the members who attended that meeting was Moses Kotane, who was the General Secretary of the South African Communist Party.
Uma ubheka ke la ngokwalesigaba obukade usifundela sona esisakhuluma ngayo imithetho evimba ukuhlanganyela noma ukuxhumana nengxenye noma nomunye ochazwe njengekomanisi. Njengoba bengivele ke ngishilo, wayengalona ikomanisi uLuthuli futhi njengoba aziwa ke bengichazile ukuthi ubaziwa njengekholwa. Futhi ke yize kwakukhona lembandile yayikade ke ikhona. Njengoba bengishilo khona la ngingachaza khona ngicaphuna encwadini kule incwadi ke ezabhalwa iyona inkosi uLuthuli ukuthi lapha ngo1962 lo owayeke ungqongqoshe ngaleso sikhathi wahambela umhlangano nayo inkosi kuyiyona uhlalo kwalo mhlangano. Kwakukhona ngisho oKotane noma Moses Kotane. Vele ngalesikhathi kukhona lo mhlangano okhona lapha bevele imithetho eyayimvimba ukudibana nabantu noma ile mithetho iphonswe phezukwakhe ibivele eseyinikeziwe lesikhathi kukhona lo mhlangano waqhubeka owaba lapha endaweni yase eGrotsville.
And the conditions became even stricter as per subsection D, which states performing any of the following acts, that is to say, preparing, compiling, printing, publishing, or disseminating in any manner whatsoever any publication as defined in Section 1 of the said Suppression of Communism Act 1950. 2. Participating or assisting in any manner whatsoever in the preparation, compilation, printing, publication, or dissemination of any publication as so defined. 3. Contributing, preparing, or compiling in any manner whatsoever any matter for publication in any publication as so defined. 4. Assisting in any manner whatsoever in the preparation or compilation of any matter for publication in any publication as so defined. And 5. Giving any educational instruction in any manner or form to any person other than a person of whom you are a parent. In a nutshell, he was not to publish any statements. He was not to write any speeches. He was not to write any book. He was not to have anything that he has written published.
Well, as we all know now, that in spite of all those restrictions in terms of publishing, we have a book here that was written by him, Let My People Go, even under those strict conditions. It is a public document that is available.
Kunjalo ke kona udaba lokuthi esikhundleni sokuthi baxegise lemthetho bayiphonse noma bamemnika ukuthi aphile ngaphansi kwayo bayiqinisa ke kakhulu ukudlula ke lapho sekuthi ke akakwazi ukuthi mhlambe ngakhona ukuthi afundise omunye umuntu mhlambe ukubhala kube khona into ebhalwe uyena eyayizoprinta noma mhlambe inkulumo ayingayilungisa ke ayibhalele anikezelele mhlambe ngamanye abantu ngale kokuthi mhlambe wayengagcina ekhuluma noma efundisa okuyingane zakhe kuphela. Yebo ngiyakuvuma lokho ngiufakazi kunjalo kodwa kuko konke loyo ngcindezi ababeyiphonse ngaphansi ke kwa inkosi uLuthuli kodwa lokho akuzange kumthiye noma kumvimbe ekutheni kaqhubeke enze ke izifiso zakhe njengoba bengivele ngishilo bengivezile ukuthi kena na incwadi ke phambi kwami le ikhuluma ukuthi let my people go noma yekela abantu bami bakhulule noma bahambe wakwazi ukuthi ke ayihlanganise ke noma ke ayibhale ibhalwe iyona inkosi uLuthuli.
Even under those strict conditions of 1959, he did not give up his fight against oppression of the masses of the people in South Africa. In fact, if you turn to 286, it is a newspaper article in Afrikaans, that on 287 it is translated into English. Do you see the article?
Yes, ma'am.
And if you turn to the next page, it is translated into English. Besides the banning order that he was not to publish any statements or write anything or speak to anyone, he still managed to get a letter through to the United Nations. On paragraph 2 of the said article, it states that, on the second line, in the newspapers of 15 June, there was an appeal from the restrained Luthuli to the UN in which he requested this body to use its influence to secure the release of the freedom fighters in South Africa's awful prisons. Do you see that?
Yes, ma'am.
So he did not stop just because he was banned. He continued again to defy the second strict banning order.
Yes, indeed. What is significant about what we have just read is that Oliver Tambo was actually present at that meeting in the United Nations, because in 1960, it was Chief Albert Luthuli who sent Oliver Tambo, his deputy, to go outside the country to mobilize the international community to isolate the system of apartheid and to impose sanctions against it. So it was in conformity with his own instructions as the president of the ANC.
Impela ke masibheka ke la ngokwephepha lelalibhalwe ngalesiya sikhathi ibhalwe ngolwimi lesibhunu lapho ke kwakubhalwe khona ke le iphepha lale American Press elalichaza ke la mayelana ukuthi ke babe soloko yize aye nalemthetho ayiphila ngaphansi kwanje njengoba engakwazi ukuxoxa namuntu ukubhala ukuthini kodwa leli phepha lalilokusavezile ke la ukuthi ke la kwakukhona ke ukunxusa nokuncenga la okwakuvela kuyona inkosi uLuthuli ukukhululwa la ke kwabantu ngaphansi kwalencindezi abantu ababephila ke ngaphansi kwayo. Uthi ke ufakazi kunjalo impela ufuthi uma ngangezelela kuloko lapha ngo1960 inkosi uLuthuli iyona yathumayo uOliver Tambo. Oliver Tambo wayekhona ke lapha United States lesikhathi kunalezo zingxoxo noma kuvela lezo zingxoxo ke ezimayelana nokucelwa noma ke kuvezwa ukuthi ke makhululwe ke abantu ke kulengcindezi ababephila ngaphansi kwayo ngalesa sikhathi sikahulumeni obandlululo.
And finally, it is very clear from that statement that the instructions of Chief Albert Luthuli to send his deputy to isolate the regime was fulfilled, in as much as the very same United Nations eventually declared the apartheid as a crime against humanity and a threat to world peace. And many countries around the globe, including the United States of America, eventually imposed sanctions against apartheid.
Futhi ke kucacile ngokusobala ukuthi ke leso senzo senkosi uLuthuli sokuthumela usekela ke wayo lapha ke United Nations sasebenza ke kakhulu ngoba yilo futhi ilizwe ke ela bhengeza noma ke la kuveza ke udaba lokuthi impela kuyicala ke manje uma ngabe ke kuphiliswa ke abantu ngaphansi ke kwengcindezi noma ngaphansi kwalo yahulumeni obandlululo futhi kuyuchule noma ke kuyingozi ke lapha uma abantu bazophila phansi kwalengcindezi ke ezweni lonkwana ke la kuxolo futhi lokho kwa bananemthelela kwamanye ke amazwe nawo abe ke lo mthetho ke sebenzisa.
So Chief Luthuli continues to outsmart the then government. He could not be restrained. He could not be controlled. They've put these strict measures, but they were failing to control him and to restrict him. Would you agree with that?
I agree fully. That is why even the term Amadela Kufa were started during the presidency of President Albert Luthuli, a spirit of no surrender.
Impela ke ngizokuvuma ngivumelane nawe uma ngabe ngithi mina yize ayephila ngaphansi kwalezimo noma kwalengcindezi ayenikiwe yena inkosi uLuthuli kodwa ubuhlakani bakhe babungaphezulu kwabo laba ke abacindezeli bakhe ngoba babemnikele imithetho babethi akaphile ngaphansi kwayo angakhuluma angasho lutho ungabikho akuvezayo ukuvula amehlo kodwa ayekwazi ukuthi abahlule yize kunjalo kuloko ngokuthi aqhubeke ke asebenze ke enze umsebenzi wakhe esewushaya ke umshosha phansi ingakho phela ke mangiphendula ngufakazi ngithi mina ila kwasuka khona ukuthi sibe nalabantu noma abachazwe njengamadela kufa ukuthi kwakumnyama noma kwakubovu kumnyama kunjalo kodwa yena wayesoloke emile emzabalazweni ukwazi ukuthi ke baphophele enkululekweni ke yabantu.
That's why even in 1952 he made a very prophetic statement there that shows his defiant mood that bans or no bans the struggle must continue. Civil obedience are the order of the day.
Impela kunjalo futhi mangigezelela ke ingakho lapha ke ngonyaka ka 1952 indlela ayibeka ngayo noma wawungafunga ukuthi waye deliver isprofitho ke la mangabe ethi noma ngabe ke kunqayiliwe sivinjiwe kumnyama ke kubovu kodwa cha indlela yomzabalazo yenkululekweni asimi kuyaqhutshekwa kulelwa ke kuyazabalazwa.
He became a constant irritant, clearly, to the then government, because if you go to page 693 of the document in front of you, it is from the South African Police and it is headed secret.
Not 419?
693.
Yeah, but yes.
At the top it says secret, then the next heading is South African Police,
Yes, ma'am.
Headquarters Pretoria, dated 21 October 1964. It is a letter talking about travel facilities of A.J. Luthuli. First paragraph reads as follows: U 3/50/50, I think it's supposed to say your, under the heading Representations A.J. Luthuli on the 20th of this month refers. Paragraph 2. The state deemed it necessary to restrain the above more strictly when the previous restrictions on him expired on 24 May 1964. Paragraph 3. It became necessary to take such a step when it was established that he was having interviews at will with persons and bodies who were definitely spreading propaganda against the RSA and its policies and profiting politically from Luthuli's left-wing political leanings. Do you see that paragraph?
Yes, ma'am.
So would I be correct in stating that he became, in fact, an irritant to the then?
Definitely, he
Government.
was defiant till the end.
Impela ke kunjalo masibheka ke lapha ngokwezincwadi ezazibhalwa amaphoyisa angalesa sikhathi obandlululo ezazimshosha phansi kukhulunywa ke ngayo inkosi mayelana nokuthi njengoba ke vele isikhathi sathe sisophelelwa isikhathi salemthetho ayinikezwe ngaleso sikhathi ukuthi efuneke siqinisekise ukuthi lo muntu siyamgezelela ngoba kwakucacile ukuthi ke inkosi le yayiphela endlebeni ngempela ke kumbuso wangalesa sikhathi iyayingakhathali noma iyayingapheli kamandla kodwa iyayiloko ibambile ke nje ithi cha umzabalazo ke wona simeke kuwona kucacile uma sibheka le incwadi ke ezaziwa umshosha phansi ke ababe bemhamba ke ngemuva.
Now, because of his influence, the then government had to confine him to the area of Groutville. If you turn to page 415, it's a separate document. Also secret, also labeled as secret, South African Police, dated 12 March 1964. Do you see that document?
Yes, ma'am.
And the next page, 416, paragraph 4. Herein they state the reasons why they had to confine him to the area of Groutville. Paragraph 4 reads as follows. According to the restrictions currently in force on him, he can move freely around Stanger. It is also known that politicians and journalists from abroad have spoken to him in Stanger. If he is confined to Groutville, these meetings could no longer take place as easily.
Yes, ma'am.
Kunjalo impela ukuthi indlela ayeyinkinga ngakhona la kumbuso wobandlululo inkosi uLuthuli impela kwakuba khona le ncwadi engithi zihamba umshosha phansi ke la kubona ke izimfihlo ke kuze kukhulunywe ngayo ukuthi kule mthetho ayinikezeliwe kubhekwa impilo yakhe ukuthi hayi kona ke la endaweni yaseStenga angakwazi ukuthi kube khona ukunyakaza ke futhi ke nala njoba bekwazi ukuthi ke abanye ke osopolitiki abamaphepha noma ke intatheli nezaphesheya ziyakwazi ukuthi zikhulume naye njoba egcinwe noma evalelwe lapha ke endaweni kodwa angeke belula ukuthi kube khona imihlangano noma ukuhlangana imihlangano ezoqhubeka noma eyayizobanjwa kalula lapha.
However, you mentioned something very interesting yesterday. You mentioned the fact that he owned sugarcane fields or plantations, and you mentioned that meetings would be held in those sugarcane plantations. I believe they were in Groutville.
Yes, ma'am.
So, besides this banning order, banning him to Groutville, taking his movements away from Stanger, he was still able to hold secret meetings in the sugarcane fields.
Yes, ma'am.
Kunjalo ke ukuthi njengoba bengichazileke na izolo ukuthi inkosi iyayinezimoba eyayinazo lapha endaweni yase Stenga. Kule mthetho ke noma ke kogala kajani laba ababemqaphile noma bemnika ingcindezi wayekwazi ukuthi ke na kube woqamba bhaxulana ngokuthi ubuhlakani bakhe wayekwazi ukuthi abusebenzise ekutheni ke lapha ezimobeni futhi nyonyobe kube khona imihlangano eyayiqhubeka yize bona bevimbile.
So he continued to outsmart the then government still.
Most definitely.
Ngale ukuthi ngishonele ngempela iyayithwela ubuhlakani leya ndoda.
If we go to another separate document, 341, on the top again it's the heading is secret. Underneath there's another heading, Cape Town.
Yes, ma'am.
And the fourth heading there says restrictions, Albert John Luthuli Bantuman. Of the same document, if you go to page 343, paragraph C. Let me know if you agree with me that in this paragraph, the then government is conceding that indeed they are failing to restrain Luthuli. It reads as follows: effect of previous restrictions. Luthuli never allowed the restrictions that were and still are in force against him to put a complete damper on his activities. As on numerous occasions, his speeches and messages were read out at gatherings of left-wing organizations, in brackets, on at least 9 occasions since the current restrictions came into force. Would you agree with me that in this paragraph they're conceding that they cannot control him or restrict him?
Yes, indeed, it is so.
Kunjalo ke la ukuthi ke ngokwalesigaba ke ababekhuluma ke ngaso ke laba babekubona ukuthi ubaba uLuthuli kubona waye uphunyuka bemphethe bayabona ukuthi bayanikezelela imithetho yokumcindezela kodwa akacindezeleki njoba ke phela manje kwacaca ukuthi bamvimbile ukuthi bekhona inkulumo yonke into akufuna ibhale kodwa ubuhlakani bakho ekwazi ukuthi konke ayikubhala ke noma ezinye zeingxoxo zikwazi ukuthi zidlule zivezwe ke la enhlanganweni noma ke emhlanganweni ibakhona.
On the next page, that is page 344, paragraph 8, with the subheading Department's Recommendation. It says, above, much is said about the way in which Luthuli constantly circumvented the restrictions in force against him and tried to stay in touch with the non-white masses. Even after Section 11, subsection G, BIT, of the Suppression of Communism Act was legislated to plug possible loopholes, he did not give up, but turned to foreign publications. So in this paragraph, again, would you agree with me that they could not do anything to stop him?
Well, that was reflective of his nature, a man of deep Christian values who believed in his convictions, but above all believed in the righteousness of the cause of the people to be free.
Impela kunjalo ukuthi masibheka nala kwakushicilela khona ke ngalesa sikhathi ke uhulumeni ngalesa sikhathi bayibona ukuthi hayi sizame konke ke ukuthi lo muntu ke siyamgqiba kanti baqhiba imbewu ke manje abazama ngapha nangapha imithetho eyikhishiwe yokulwa namakhomanisi ngaleso sikhathi kodwa wakubonakala ukuthi uyayithola intuba yokuthi ke balekelana leso simo esibhekene naye njoba bamvimba ekutheni vezwe ke imbhalo noma ke iyakhe kodwa emazweni angaphesheya kwakuvela impela ngiyakuvuma lokuthi uyabona ke lo kwakuyindoda kaNkuluNkulu imsaba uNkulunkulu futhi ikholelwa ebulungisweni okwakufanele benzelwe abantu.
Yesterday you mentioned a visit by Kennedy of the United States. That would have been in June of 1966. Am I correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And that would have been exactly a year before the death of Chief Albert Luthuli.
Yes,
Am I
ma'am.
correct?
Kunjalo ukuthi ngichazileke izolo ngokuhanjelwa noma ngokuvakashelwa insizwa yalapha ke eUnited States uKennedy eyafika ngoJune ngo1966 kwaba nje kulo nyaka emveni kwaloko ke inkosi yasoCongo ngonyaka olandelayo.
And although the government didn't want the state visit to occur, but due to pressure, they had no other choice but to allow Kennedy to visit Luthuli in 1966, June. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Kunjalo ukuthi yize uhulumeni obandlululo wonganeme noma ungathandi lokuhanjelwa kwenkosi uLuthuli ihanjelwa lensizwa yaphesheya kwezilwandle uKennedy kodwa baphoqeleka ukuthi bakumukele ukuthi uzomhambela noma uzomvakashela uKennedy.
That was a reflection of the increasing momentum in the support that the international community was having to Chief Albert Luthuli and the struggle of the people of South Africa to be free.
manje lokho kwase kuyinkomba phela bebona ke la uhulumeni wangalesa sikhathi ukuthi amanzi afuna ukugcwala indlu ngoba kukhona ababemsekela umongameli noma ke ubaba uLuthuli abangaphesheya nabanye abantu ukukhomisa khona manje ukuthi manje ke le ngcindezi ababephilisa ngaphansi kwabantu izozamazamiswa ke manje.
My lady, I see that it is tea time.
Yes, it's opportune time to take our tea break. We'll resume at 11:30, Mr. Khatebe. Thank you, Court Agents. Mr. Hadebe, you're still under a formal oath.
Thank you, my lady. So before the short adjournment, you were commenting about President Kennedy's visit to Chief Luthuli that was in June of 1966. And even after the visit of Kennedy to Luthuli, the then government were receiving several applications either for Luthuli to visit nations overseas or for international guests to come and see Luthuli. If you go to page 595 of the documents in front of you, do you have the document in front of you?
Yes, ma'am.
Here it's headed Foreign Affairs, Kennedy with Luthuli. It says the date there is 8 June 1966. And if we read the third paragraph, where it starts with Colonel van der Merwe from Kompol informs that Kompol strongly opposes the proposed visit. Luthuli is not as inactive as is being portrayed in some circles. On the contrary, he is actively engaged in underground activities. And on the last paragraph, it says Bantu administration informed HR that the Bantu Commissioner, Durban, had already issued a permit for the visit to Luthuli. Luthuli is subject to Group C notices, and we cannot therefore prevent these visitors from seeing him. Therefore, based on this very last paragraph, that Luthuli is subject to Group C notices, the visit by Kennedy was not because the then government wanted it to happen. It is because they had no other choice. Am I correct, sir?
Correct.
Impela kunjalo ukuthi ukugunyazwa ukuthi lesihambe sivakashele uBaba uLuthuli hayi ngoba uhulumeni obandlululo wakumukelile noma ke ukufuna lokho kodwa babe ngenayo indlela ababengenza ngayo ukunqanda leso simo.
Sir, earlier on you talked about secret meetings that Luthuli would have with certain persons in the sugarcane fields in Groutville. If you do know, could you explain to us how, where or when these meetings would occur?
That was during the period that was in restrictions in Groutville, as I demonstrated in this book, Comrade and Commander, The Life and Times of Joe Modise, that many meetings were being convened around Groutville in farms, others owned by him, others from sympathizers and supporters of the ANC to ensure that the struggle continues.
Kunjalo ke njengoba bengichazile ukuthi kunale mhlangano ebeyibanjwe inkosi uLuthuli eyayimfihlo ngalesikhathi ke kwenza le mhlangano ibanjwa ibibanjwa ngalesikhathi vele esengaphansi kwale ngcindezi yale mthetha ephila ngaphansi kwayo ngadibani nabantu kumnqanda endaweni ezithize ibiyenzakala khona lapha endaweni yase Groutville endaweni zasemaplazini qhubeke khona kwezinye indawo uthola ukuthi khona laba abazwelana naye abamesekelayo abasekela iqembu ababenikezela noma benza izindlela zokuthi leyo mhlangano ke mayibe khona njengoba bengivele ngicacisile lapha ke ngicaphune le yancwadi ke I Comrade and Commander yo Joe Modise konke ke lokuchazwe lapho mayelana nalo mhlangano.
And do you know what time of the day these meetings would occur, sir?
Some were during the day and some during the night.
Imihlangano le eminye yayo yayiqhubeka emini, eminye yayo yayiqhubeka ebusuku.
Because there's evidence that was laid previously by one of the witnesses before this court, that is Velemina May Lutuli. She mentioned to this court that she believes that Lutuli was being constantly watched. Now I'm asking, how, in your opinion, or whether you know, how is it that Lutuli was able to hold these secret meetings if he was being constantly watched?
Let me just use my own experience. During the underground days in 1976, there was General Masondo, who had been on Robben Island for 12 years, originally from Soweto. When he was released in 1976, he was put under house arrest at Umlazi Township outside of Durban, and he was not allowed outsiders. But we, as part of the underground network, we were able to go and visit him.
Mayibuzwa ke la ukuthi njengoba ke sizokhumbula ukuthi la inkantolo kunobunye ubufakazi obuthebendlalo ezithebenze enkantolo ngomunye ofakazi uVelemina Luthuli umchaze ubaba uLuthuli njengomuntu owayeqaphiwe ngasonke isikhathi yonke iminyakazo yakhe ukuthi lo fakazi akaPaul ukuthi ubekwazi kanjani ke ukuthi abambe lemhlangano ke abeyibamba ke uthi nje ufakazi engakusho ke nje uphendula lombuzo wakho ngizohlanganisa lenkulumo ukuthi lapha ke ngonyaka ka1976 kukhona enye insizwa ke la uMasondo owayekade egwetshwe eRobben Island iminyaka eyi12 insizwa lapha ke Soweto yabeke noma eSoweto yabeke isidedelwa lapha ngo1976 ukuthi ke manje ke isadedelwa kunale yamthetho ephuma ngaphansi kwayo yokuthi isiboshelwe endlini ke manje noma isizohlala ke endlini ehlala eMlazi eThekwini kodwa ke thina ngoba kukhona ke umshosha phansi noma indlela esasebenza ngayo umshosha phansi ukwazi ukuthi sifinyelele kuyena yize yena engaphansi kwaleso simo ayibhekene naso ngaleso sikhathi.
There is always a way when you are fighting a system, so we learned the hard way of how to evade the systems of restrictions.
Ngasonke isikhathi ke la uma uphokophela nomfuna kuyakhona noma ngalikhulu kanganani kodwa iba khona indlela yokwazi ukufinyelela ke lapho nathi sifundeke kanzima kanjalo ukuthi ngasonke isikhathi kule ngcindezi noma esasibhekana naso isikhathi asiba na indlela yokulwisana ke naleso simo ukwazi ukufinyelela la sifuna kuyakhona.
So we learned from Chief Luthuli and other leaders who were able to evade the system during that time.
Cha safunda ke kuyona inkosi nabanye abaholi noma ingqalabutha ezinye ukuthi yize kwakukhona lezo zimo ezaziyingcindezi phezukwethu kodwa sibe nayo indlela yokwazi ukuthi siputhuluke siphokophele la sasifuna kuyakhona.
Evidence was also presented before this court by the same witness, Velemina May Lutuli, who indicated to the court that Chief Lutuli had a particular route that he would embark on from his home in Groutville to the shop and to the sugarcane fields was almost routine every single day. And going back to what she has mentioned, that he would be under constant surveillance. When I'm asking this question, I'm trying to elicit your opinion, sir. If Chief Luthuli was under constant surveillance by the security branch, do you believe that it is possible that nobody would have seen what would have happened to Chief Luthuli on 21 July 1967?
I believe firmly that there were people who saw him, or a person who saw what happened to Chief Albert Luthuli. Nothing remains a secret forever. So those who planned his murder made sure that they do kill him, but there are always eyes and ears around the area.
Mayiphefumula ke kuloku ke uma sithatha sicaphuna enkulumeni noma ifakazeni bafakazi ke uvele mina ngoba uchazile noma wachaza phambi kwale nkantolo ukuthi inkosi uLuthuli lapha ekhayeni layo eGroutsville ibinendlela ebeyisebenzisa mihla ke la ukuthi ke mesuka lapha ekhaya uya esitolo usuka esitolo uya eMobeni kuyona to ayenza ke mihla. Manje ke uthi ke futhi ke kuloko ube bekiwe noma eqaphiwe ngaleso sikhathi ke eqaphwe iwona ke amaphoyisa ke obandlululo noma ontamo olukhuni ngabangaleso sikhathi ukuthi ke uma ubheka kulesimo noma ngendlela kwenza khona lilanga leli lokukhothama noma lokudlula kwakhe ngomhla ka 21 July kunyaka ka 1967 ukuthi ngabe akekho yini wabonayo noma nje uyaphendula ufakazi ukuthi cha la emhlabeni akukho okuba imfihlo inginaphakade yonke indawo noma ungawedwa kodwa khona amehlo zikhona indlebe esuke zilalele noma suke amehlo ebona leso sikhathi uyabona ka babulali bakhe noma loyo khona kodwa wabona ke la behlela ke la ukumsoconga ke noma ukwenza into abayenza ke ngaleli langa.
We have seen through these documents, sir, that Luthuli was clearly an irritant to the then government. Irritating to the extent that one perhaps could say that he was as irritating as a mosquito in one's ear. If a mosquito buzzes in your ear and irritates you, what do you do under those circumstances?
Well, I believe that Chief Albert Luthuli had mastered the art of war against the system of apartheid. Like General Sun Tzu of China, he did that. And also, to answer your question directly, using the imagery of a mosquito, it does appear to me that the apartheid regime never understood what Confucius once said, that it is only when a mosquito lands in your testicles that you learn other ways of solving anger and violence.
Tilama ngabe ngaphendula ke la kuloko kuveziwe ke ukuthi manje kubonakala ngokwembhalo noma incwadi evelayo eveza uhulumeni wobandlululo wangalesa sikhathi ubaba uLuthuli kubona wayesicefe noma wayeyiphele endlebeni noma mhlambe ngathi waye uyabona umaskito moloku phangela umsindo ke lana ukhala ububula la kuwena ukuthi ngempela uma ubheka isimene sikanjalo uye umise kanjani na. Cha ngingakusho ke ngaphambi ukuthi ngiphendule kuloko ngizosho ngithi mina ubaba uLthuli waba ingalabutho eyaba nobuhlakani bokwazi ukubahambela phambili laba ke uhulumeni obandlululo njengomunye walapha uSan So waseChina ekwazeni ukubalwisa ngendlela yokubanqoba emzabalazweni. Yebo ke bona ababanga nabo ubuhlakani bokwazi ukubhekana nalesimo noma indlela bamchaza ngayo nalesicefa ayisona kubona ngokuthi phela manje bona basebenzise indlela eyayitshekile noma eyayiseceleni ukuthi ke agudluzwe.
And in your opinion, to get rid of that mosquito, which would have been Luthuli, how did they do it?
Well, as I said in your earlier question, they decided that Chief Luthuli must meet his Golgotha. That's why on the 25th of July 1967, they crucified him in Crowdville.
Ake njengoba bengiphendlile ke vele ekuqaleni ukuthi bona bayambona efanele ukuthi afakwe lapha emnqamlezweni seGolgotha ukuthi ke phela manje bamnqamleze ngalelanga leli lomhla ka25 kuJuly kunyaka ka1967.
Is it
Thank you, my lady.
21st or 25th?
21.
21.
Yes.
21
July.
ngomhla ka21 angixolise 21 July 1967.
Thank you, my lady. I have no further questions for this
Mr.
witness.
Msimang?
My lady, I have no questions for the witness.
Mr. Ngobo?
I have no questions, my lady, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Khatebe, thank you very much for the 2 days you've spent on the witness box, and you are now excused.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank you, my lady.
Thank you.
My lady, before we call the next witness, I just wanted to go back to yesterday. The witness had referred to certain letters which we had marked L3, L4, and L5. And I just wanted to, for ease of reference for my lady, just to indicate the page numbers where those letters are reflected in volume D.
In volume D,
Correct, my lady.
yes, L1.
So L1 is the extract, my lady, from the book Let My People Go, and L2 is the extract from Comrade and Commander.
Yes.
We don't have those as
Yes,
yet, my lady,
and L3.
but we will hand them in at a later stage. L3 was the letter dated 12 November 1962. It is on page 40 to 43, my lady.
And L4 is the letter dated 12 November 1962. Which page is that?
Is that 22 November? I've got it as 22 November, my
Yeah,
lady.
no, that's L3. I'm now
it-
on L4.
Okay, so L4 is on page 34. And then L5, which is the letter dated 26 October 1961, is on page 91.
You said you'll get the extract when the witness is still around.
The witness is still around, my lady, but we can make copies of the extracts during lunchtime, my lady.
Mr. Ngobo, can you please ask the Honorable Mr. Khatebe to please leave the books for the time being
As the
so that we can make the copies, and if he can just highlight the pages that he's been reading from so that we don't lose sight of those valuable information contained in those extracts.
I would do so.
Thank you.
In the meantime, we have made copies of those letters, my lady, 12 November, 22 November, and 26 October. If I may hand them in to my lady just for
Thank
ease
you.
of reference.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, my lady. My lady, may I hand over to Advocate Dunyo?
Yes, thank you.
As God, Mrs. Malady, my lady, at this stage, the state will hand over to Advocate Kolani Msimango, who is going to lead the evidence of the next witness.
Yes, are you ready, Mr. Smith?
Escort please, my lady. I'm ready.
Okay, call your witness now.
My lady, the next witness is Mr. Tulani Tusi.
Tulani Chusi. Mr. Chusi, come forward.
Yes, my lady.
Are you testifying in English or in isiZulu?
In English.
English.
Thank you.
My registrar will swear you in.
Sir, do you have any objection in taking the question of order?
No.
Can you please state your full names?
My name is Tulani Stanley Tusi.
Sir, do you swear that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth?
Yes.
Nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
If so, can you please raise your right hand and repeat after me? I do so, help me God.
I do so, help me God.
Sworn in, my lady.
Yes, Mr. Chusi, you must remember to raise your voice
Thank you.
so that the people in the public gallery can also hear you.
Thank you, my lady.
Sithathile ke sifungo ufakazi wethu wazichaza amagama akho uThulani Thusi.
Thank you, my
Mr.
lady.
Msimang.
The witness will be referred to volume A from page 173 to 177. And for his reference, my lady, I've made one copy for the court.
Okay. We'll make it exhibit N.
And my lady.
Yes.
Mr. Tusi, you have a document in front of you
Yes.
marked Exhibit A15. What is that document?
It's the affidavit statement. I'm referring to this one.
Is it your statement?
Yes.
Did you write it yourself?
Yes, that's correct, sir.
And at the last page, the signature appearing there is yours?
That's correct.
And you are satisfied with the content?
That's correct, my lady.
It was also commissioned at Groudville in your presence.
That's correct.
Ufakazi uqinisekisa istatement sakhe siphambi kwakhe ukuthi yebo isakhe wazibhalela yena. Uqinisekisa futhi ukuthi nesikhathi ke sefungiswa ke ngaso wayekade khona lapha ke eGroutsville.
Can you read your statement into the record?
Okay, thank you. Affidavit statement to DPP, Mr. Tulani Tusi, Heritage Educator, Luthuli Museum, 3233 Nokukhanya Luthuli Street, Groudville, KwaDukuza 4450. Date 20 May 2024. Graville, Kwatuguza, 4450.
Sorry, my lady, I would like to explain to the witness that you must read and also give an opportunity to interpret paragraph by paragraph.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I think he understood you. Ms. Kupega is very efficient in taking big chunks. So, because the statement, the preamble to the paragraphs is not numbered. So I suggest that Ms. Kupega can then interpret once the witness has finished the first page, including the diagrams, and then from the second page onwards,
Escort, please, my lady.
we can take 2 paragraphs at a time.
Escort, please.
Thank you.
Yes.
Continue.
I, Tulani Tusi, heritage educator at Luthuli Museum, a national heritage site which is charged to conserve, uphold, promote, and propagate the life, values, philosophies, and the legacy of the late Chief Albert Luthuli in the struggle against apartheid, oppression, respect for human rights, as well as the life devotion to non-violence resolution to the world problems. My responsibility at Luthuli Museum is to facilitate the educational activity, tours of the museum, and tours of the museum sites. These sites include the significant sites which are in Graville mainly, Luthuli Museum, Chief Albert Luthuli Monument Sites at Graville United Congregational Church of Southern Africa, Chief Albert Luthuli's grave, the non-clave general dealer situated in Gledo area, the Chief Albert Luthuli Memorial Site at Umvoti in Itembeni area, and Chief Albert Luthuli statue which is in town in Stenga. These sites provide an insight on Chief Albert Luthuli's life. It includes the original 1927 home of Chief Albert Luthuli that is situated on 3233 Nokukanya Luthuli Street, Graville, Kwatuguza. Today, the home is a national monument set in a lovely landscape gardens. The grounds provides the ideal setting in which to absorb the history and achievements of a man who became the first African to receive the Nobel Peace Prize. Site number 1 is the Luthuli Museum, Chief Albert Luthuli House. There's an image there. Site number 2, it is the memorial site at Umvoti. There's an image there. Site number 3 is a railway bridge, pillars at Umvoti River. There's a picture there. And the other one is Graville UCCSA Monument Site. There's a picture.
Ufakazi wethu ke uyichazile ke ukuthi yena umfundisi noma uyafundisa lapha ke endaweni yokugcina kwamagugu ebizwa ngeLuthuli Museum. La okuyona ke noma esingasho ukuthi indawo ke la efundisa noma esakhuthaza ebungaza ngempilo ukuhlonishwa kwempilo yakhe ingqalabutho nefa lakhe ke khonjiswa ke la njengoba inkosi ubaba uLuthuli alwa noma zabalaza ke lwela ke elisana ke nengcindezi noma nohulumeni ke wobandlululo ekuhlonishweni kwamalungelo ke abantu nanokuthi phela manje kungabi la izwe ke noma ke kube yizwe linokuthula ngale kwempi. Yena umsebenzi wakhe ke la uthulane ke lapha ke kulesi sikhungo samagugu ukuthi mangabe kukhona ihambeli zizohambela lapha kule ndawo njengabantu abazofunda kube ukuthi yena ke manje usiyabathatha ababeke ngokwendawo ezihlukahlukene ke eziwela ngaphansi kwale ndawo yamagugu. La kusuke ke sikhuluma ngendawo lapha ke eGrowsville iLuthuli Museum, kube indawo ke esontweni ke kube indawo ke futhi lapha ke libeni layo inkosi nalapha ke esitolo inoNhlemvu elapha eGlenwood bese ke kuzoba ke indawo yesikhumbuzo elapha ke eMvoti eThembeni nalapha ke kwaDukuza la ukhona khona ke umfaniswano wakhiwe ke la statue sakhe ubaba uLuthuli indawo lapha ke kwaDukuza edolobheni la khona lezi ndawo lezi ke ekukhulunywa ke ngazo ke la zimbandakanya umuzi wakhe lapha ke owakhiwa noma kusuka ngo1927 okuyikhaya lakhe ubaba uLuthuli elakhiwe noma lapha ka number 3233 inokukhanya Luthuli Street khona lapha eGroudsville endaweni yakaDukuza ukuthi ke manje ke sekuyenye le ndawo yesikhumbuziso ke la kube khona ke indawo ke la noma amasimu indawo nje ekutshala ke kuzona kanjalo ke futhi ke laphana indawo ke ezumlando ke noma eveza ke la njengomuntu phela kuyena oqala ukwazi ukuthi ke ayomukela aqonyeliswe ngalo yamkhomo lokho awuthola okwakha ke ukuthula la kune khaya lika baba uLuthuli eliveziwe la okuyiLuthuli Museum umuzi wakhe obaba uLuthuli kube khona ke indawo elapha eMvoti esikhumbuzo kube khona futhi lapha eMvoti indawo ye-village noma ibhlorho la kaloliwe elise nazi insika ke ezilapha kumVoti River kuzoba khona ke nalapha ke eGroudsville lapha endawo kwakukhonzwa ke kuyona noma kisonto.
Yes, carry on.
I again, Tulani Stanley Tusi, identity number 8201025885-084, employee at Luthuli Museum, 3233 Nokukhanya Luthuli Street, Groudsville in KwaDukuza. 1. I write to submit my affidavit statement that confirms that on the 6th of February 2023, I conducted a tour of Chief Albert Luthuli route to the officials from National Crime Scene Management Offices of the South African Police, NCSM. This tour was done to assist with the gathering evidence for the reopening of the inquest into the death of President Chief Albert Luthuli. 2. The tour included the following sites: Chief Luthuli Museum, the bus stop on R102, the roads to Nontlevu General Dealer in Gledo area, the Gledo station, Umvoti Old Railway Bridge pillars, the memorial site and the grave site at Graville United Congregational Church of Southern Africa, UCCSA.
Mina Tulani Stanley Tusi nombolo yami kamazisi u8201025885-084 ngiyumsebenzi lapha ke kaLuthuli endaweni yokugcina kwamagugu ekunombolo 3233 nokukhanya uLuthuli igama lomgwaqo elapha eGroudsville kwaDukuza. Ngibhala le nkulumo yami ke efungele yokuqinisekisa ukuthi ngomhla ka6 ku February kunyaka ka2023 ngahola uhambo ke olwalubhekise lapha ke ngihola amaphoyisa ke aye ithimba lamaphoyisa ke la ahambele indawo zezigameko angaphansi kophela la eMzansi okwakumayelana nendlela noma ikhambo lapha kwababa uLuthuli ngenhloso yokuthi babefuna ukuqoqa ubufakazi njengoba kuvulwa leliyacala ke icala lakhe ubaba ke uLuthuli ke la ke kulolu hambo ke lolu ke la luzombandakanya ukuthi asohambela lapha endaweni yokugcina kwamagugu eLuthuli istop sebus esiu R102 indlela elibhekise lapha esitolo saka Nontlemvu esise Glenwood nese station ke lapha eGlenwood umvoti ke umzila wesitimela omdala lapha ke kuleli abhuloho nensika, indawo yesikhumbuzo, indawo ke la khona ke iliba lakhe ubaba lapha ke eGroutsville esontweni lapha ke iUCC.
On the above mentioned date, I discovered an old railway bridge which is situated in Gledo Inkukwini area next to the Gledo sugar mill, about 800 meters away from Nontlevu General Dealer. On the 31st May 2024, I conducted a walkabout tour of Chief Albert Luthuli route together with the warrant officer Brendan Burgess and warrant officer Sanet Nail of NCSM. Also present were officials from the National Prosecution Authority. I was informed that warrant officer Brendan Burgess is present to record a video for the reopening of the Luthuli inquest.
Ngalo ke lelanga ke engikhulume ngalo ke ngathola ke noma ngabe sengithola leli blogho noma ke ibhlogho ke kaloliwe elidala elali lapha ke eGlenwood eNkukhwini indawo ke lapha eGlenwood ngase Skayeni ke sikamoba sebangeni elingangama meter awu 800 uma usuka lapha esitolo saka Nontlevu. Okwathi lapha ngomhla ka 31 ku May kunyaka 2024 ngabe ke sengihamba ke noma uhambo lami ngihamba ke usibheka ke iminyakazo noma sihamba lapha ke endleleni zakhe ubaba uLuthuli ngihamba namaphoyisa ke lapha uqhuzwana uBeggers kanjalo ke nomunye futhi uqhuzwana ke uNel abaphuma ophikweni lamaphoyisa ahambela noma bheka indawo zesehlakalo kanti sasingasodwa futhi nethimba labashoshisi ke babe kade ke bekhona abaphuma ophikweni labashoshisi ngabe sengibikelwa ke la ukuthi iphoyisa uBeggers nalo likhona ngenhloso ukuthi lizoqopha phecelezi sithatha ivideo ngenhloso yokuvulwa kodaba likababa uLuthuli.
The tour started at the Luthuli Museum in Groutville and it moved to R102 road, main road, leading to north to Kwadukuza, to Stenga, Kwadukuza, passing Umvoti. Kwambambo first bus stop up until we reached the last bus stop before Kwadukuza town, opposite the Gledo Mill 10 on the right hand side. I was able to point out the bus stop and the direction of Nontlevu General Dealer from the bus stop on R102 main road. After spending about 10 minutes at the bus stop, we then proceed to drive towards the Gledo sugar mill using the sugar mill road from R102 road.
Uhambo ke laqala ke lapha Luthuli endaweni yamagugu eGroutsville sasuka ke salibhekisa ke kumgwaqo uR102 kuyiwona mgwaqo omkhulu olibhekise ngenyakatho yalapha eStenga noma kwaDukuza sindlula ke Umvoti lapho ke kwambambo kokuqala estopini ke saqhubeka sasawufikela estopini sokugcina ngaphambi kokuthi uyofika edolobheni lalapha kwaDukuza elingaphambi belibhekene neGlenwood noma ke lapha eSkayeni uma uzojika ujikela ngasesandleni sokudla. Ngakwazi ke lapha ukuthi ngikhombe ke istophi lesebhasi esilibhekise ngasohlangothini lalapha esitolo kaNontlevu uma lapha ke ku bus stop noma ke lapha estopini sebhasi emgwaqeni omkhulu. Emveni kokuchitha imizuzu ke elishumi laphana estopini sebhasi saqhubeka ke sesihamba ke ngemoto silibhekise Skayeni lapha ke sashukela eGlenwood nokuyilapho ke sasisebenzisa khona ke umgwaqo lo walapha ke kwashukela noma la kaya khona ke ushukela sisuka kumgwaqo u102 uR102
After turning right en route to Nontlevo General Dealer, I then stopped the vehicle and we walked to the old railway bridge next to the Gledo sugar mill. At this point, I was able to point out this old railway bridge, which is similar than that one of Umvoti River. The bridge spans 17 meters and is 4 meters wide. Horizontal supports are of 4 steel beams or girders with wooden sleepers. From the bridge, we move straight to Nontlevo General Dealer that was built in 1948 by the Groundville Syndicate.
Emveni kokuthi sesijike ke sathatha ke isikudla silibhekise lapha ke esitolo kaNontlevu ngamisa ke imoto sahamba ke ngezinyawo silibhekise kulelia bridge kaloliwe elidala eliduze neGlenwo iSky lesashukela lapho ke ilapho ngabe sengikwazi ukuthi ngikhombe ibridge leli ke elidala la ka railway elithi ke noma ke lalilincane noma ke elifana ngokusho kwafakazi naleli lase Mvoti emfuleni noma lase Mvoti umfuleni nokuthi ke lapha ke lapha ke ebridge lelo noma kulelo blokho ubude bakhona nobufuphi bakhona ke la kuwa ngama meter la ayishumi nesikhombisa kuya kwa kunwebeka kwakhona kuama meter ke amane kanti ke futhi ke leli ke liphambene ke la ngokweinsimbi zakhona lezi ke okuyizona ezimisile noma insika ke lezi kodwa ke okuyinsika ke zokhuni ezazikhona lapha ziyatebezela sasuka lapho ke kulelo blokho saqonda lapha esitolo sakaNontlevu lesitolo ke sakhiwa ke ngonyaka ka 1948 sakhiwa ke lapha endaweni yase Groundville ngabakhibasi noma abasidibaneni.
After Nontlevu General Dealer, we walk from the shop straight to Umvoti River, passing the Gledo station until we reach Umvoti River. This is where I pointed out the railway remaining concrete pillars of the old bridge.
Emveni kokuba ke silapha esitolo sakaNontlevu sahamba ke sisuka ke lapha esitolo saqonda sibhekise lapha emfuleni Umvoti sindlula ke eGlenwood station sasawufika lapha ke emfuleni waseMvoti ilapha engafike ngakhomba khona ke la izinsalela ke zalapha ke zalom umgwaqo noma istimela umgwaqo westimela ke la izinsalela zakhona zalela bridge elidala ezasasele.
And I am familiar with the and understand the content of this declaration, and I have no objection to take the presided oath, and I consider the presided oath as binding on my conscience. Image 1.
Sorry, Mr. Ngobo, can you tilt the images so that the public gallery can also have sight as the witness goes through image 1, image 2, image 3.
My lady, these are referring to testimony, I mean, are not referring to these photos in this particular statement.
So why are they here? Some of them do.
You are still going to seek clarity, and then the witness will refer to those that are on the slide.
It's pointless to show them to me only.
But maybe if court allows, I can able to present the images of the site if it's allowed.
From the screen?
Yes.
Okay. That will be helpful.
Can the witness do, Your Worship?
Yes.
Okay.
My lady, my apology, my lady. My lady.
I think, Mr. Tusi, you can stay there. Ms. Kubega will simply interpret, even if she doesn't see the images.
Yes, Ballet, but I think he must move to where there is
The prosecutor's mic.
where there is a mic. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Is there another mic for you to use?
I've got no. I'm
You use that
okay.
one?
I'm okay.
Comfortable.
Yes.
Yes, Mr. Msima.
Can you go to image reflected on page 175 of
Okay.
volume A?
Yeah, I will. But, my lady, as I was mentioning to my statement, this is the site. This is the Luthuli Museum.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, Ms. Kubega.
Njoba bekhazileke la isithombe esivezile lapha iyona ke iLuthuli Museum okuyindawo ke yamagugu lapha kaLuthuli.
And the second one, this is the home, the original home of Chief Albert Luthuli, built in 1927.
Lesithombe sesilandelayo ke ila ikhaya ke lakhe ubaba uLuthuli ke la elakhiwa ke lapha ngonyaka ka1927.
And this is the church, which is also part of the site that we also visit. But this is actually the church where Chief Albert Luthuli's grave is situated. So Chief Albert Luthuli was buried behind this church.
La isonto elivelile leli sonto yilapho inkosi uLuthuli yatshalwa khona lapha njengemuva kwalisonto yilapho atshalwa khona.
And this is the memorial site of Chief Albert Luthuli, which is outside the church as well. So you see there it's also the pillars, 9 pillars, with also the information about the life of Inkosi Albert Luthuli. In front there you also see, my lady, the replica of Chief Albert Luthuli's grave. Yeah.
Phinde kwendawo esikhumbuzo ke levelile ke lapha enazo lezi zitsika ezishakalo lunye ezishakalo lunye la kahle kahle ke ila nala kunatshwe khona ngokwempilo yakhe ubaba uLuthuli njengoba kuveziwe kwesithombe.
Mr. Tus, those 9 pillars, they represent anything other than to have information relating to Chief?
It's only representing the information about Chief Albert Luthuli.
Thank you.
Lezi nsika ezivelile lapha zimele kunolwazi khuluma ngolwazi lakhe ubaba uLuthuli kunemniningwane thizeni ezimele ke njoba zikhona lezo nsika.
The image that you see, my lady, it is the monument site of Chief Albert Luthuli. This is the grave of both Chief Albert Luthuli and his wife.
Kulesithombe ke siveziwe indawo yamaliba abo inkosi Luthuli khona iliba layo kanjalo ke nonkosikazi wakhe kuneliba lakhe la eliveliwe.
Lady, this is the image of the Nontlevu General Dealer, was built in 1948. So this is the shop Chief Albert Luthuli, his last moments he visited on the 21st of July 1967. So this is the image of the building.
Kuvezwe isakhiwo sesitolo ke lapha noma isitolo sakhe Baba uLuthuli sakhiwa ngonyaka 1948 nokuyilapho ngalelanga lokukhothama kwakhe agcina kala khona esuka ke ngomhla ka 21 kuJuly kunyaka ka 1967.
And this is also another site, my lady, as Umvoti. Umvoti is the name of the river. So the lady standing there is a daughter of Chief Albert Luthuli, Albertina Luthuli, who was also at the site where it was reported that Chief Albert Luthuli, it's where Luthuli was struck by the train in 1967. So this is also a site which was also declared as a memorial site of Chief Albert Luthuli at Umvoti in Tembeni area.
La Mvoti la kunomfula ke khona indawo ke leveziwe futhi naye enye yesikhumbuzo kukhona la kuvele khona kuvele indodakazi yakhe ke umufu Albertina nokuyila ayikade khona lesikhathi ke kufika ke isidumbu noma umbiko ukuthi ke inkosi ke isishayiswe ke igozi lestimela.
This is the statue of Inkosi Albert Luthuli, which is in town in Guaduguza. So this is a life-size statue of Chief Albert Luthuli, which is made up of bronze. It's in the corner of Chief Albert Luthuli Street and King Shaka Luthuli Street. This statue is in the center of town in Guaduguza. So most visitors, they are able to go and visit or to see the life-size statue of Chief Albert Luthuli in town.
Umfanekiso oveziwe ke la kuvezwe isiqhu sakhe noma kubazwa ke kwakhe sikhona silapha ke phakathi nalo idolobha lalapha ke kwaDukuza kuyikhona la laseLuthuli neKing Shaka ngokumgwaqo kodwa isona siqhu sakhe ke lesesenziwe abanye bakwazi ukuthi basibone ke lapha edolobheni.
My lady, the image that you see is sugarcane. I was also explaining that from R102 at the last bus stop before Stenga, I was able to point the site where was Nontlevu General Dealer. So what I also presented to the team that I was also taking through to the route, they were able to see the sugarcane. So this is one of the sugarcane field in that area in Gledo, far to the end. That's where there is now a sugar mill, Gledo sugar mill. So opposite direction of that, that's where you find the Gledo General Dealer of Chief Albert Luthuli.
Tilapha ke kuseyimobeni noma ingcenye yemoba elapha ayikhombile ke elapha ke emgwaqeni istop sokugcina ke lesi ngaphambi kokuthi ke uyofinyelela lapha ke kaDukuza ngoba uma uqhubeka kunesinye futhi ke izimoba ezibhekene nalapha khona indawo ogaya kuyona umoba nalapha ke manje masubhekene nesitolo lesi iNonhlengo General Dealer.
My lady, I explained that I was fortunate to, I'll say, to find this site, which is an old bridge. I'll refer as an old bridge because when I went there, started to see this bridge, and I had to compare with the image of the bridge that speak about the death of Chief Albert Luthuli. So this is a bridge which is in Gledo at Inkukwini area. If you can go back to the bridge. Sir. My lady, this is the old bridge. So this bridge, I presented to the task team that I was taking them through to the route. When we arrived here, they were able to see this bridge as similar to the one of 1967, which relates to Chief Albert Luthuli, where the accident happened in 1967. So the team, they were able to take pictures, they were able to do an assignment, they were able to do measurements, and they were able to come up with their own narrative of what could be a story around this bridge. And I was able to present the old bridge of Umvoti compared to this one. So I was also trying to show the team that we've also have this bridge, which I believe it is similar to this bridge of 1967. So it is an old bridge. When we first arrived, it was in a bad condition. But last year when we visited again, this bridge was painted into what we see now. I don't know why, but this bridge looks like new today. But this is, my lady, this is the bridge of the similar to the one that we see in 1967. So then, what I also recognized that day is because this is a single track. It also has a pedestrian sideways, which is only one side on the left. And then it also has the wood tracks. I think, I don't know how can I call it, but it also has those wood
They call it slippers.
They call it
Slippers.
slippers. The ones that they
Slippers,
go
my lady.
horizontal.
Yes, Malay.
Correct.
Oh, okay.
Yes. And what was different from this bridge, my lady, it's not long. So it is about I'll say 40 meters. Yeah. But at the bottom there's a river that it's crossing the Nchawini River, I think, towards to Gledo Station. So the team, they were able to take pictures and to make records of this bridge before we proceeded to Gledo Station.
So
Silambe sachaza isithombe saleli bridge esilibona lichaze njenge bridge elidala uthi ngalesikhathi beya lapha lalingafaniki nalesimo selisona manje kodwa uma elibheke iqhathanisa neyaleli bridge noma nala kwenza khona isigameko lesango 1967 wala ke ncamashile le bridge izeke manje selivuseleliwe ke libukeka lilisha uthi ke kodwa la mfana ke impela ngokubona kwakhe uthi ithimba lela ihamba nalo ke lakwazi ukuthi lwenze umsebenzi walo ke baqopha okuthize benza umsebenzi kulomsebenzi ababekade ke bewenza kodwa ke impela elibheka yebo kumehluko ukuthi leli bridge ke lona ke lali ncane kunalelia ngoba phela manje la ila ke khamba khona ke iguzu noma isitimela bese kuba eceleni indawo la akuhanjwa khona ngezinyawo uhlangothini olodwa kube khona ke le zinto ke ezinsika kodwa ke ezakhiwe ezeplan noma ezakhiwe ngokhuni noma sithi udebetebe.
So maybe before you go on, on the picture of the bridge, this bridge appears on image number 2
Yes.
of your statement.
Yes, that's correct.
My lady, it is in black and white on exhibit N. I just want it to be confirmed.
Yes,
It
thank
might
you.
look different, but it's just one and the same picture.
That's correct, my lady.
Thank you.
My lady, this is an old way from Nontlevu when you want to reach Kledo station. So I believe this is the road, or this is the road many people they were using from Nontlevu when they want to go to Kledo station. I'm just presenting to you so that you can able to see.
Indlela le esetshenziswa noma abantu uma besuka lapha esitolo kaNontlevu ukuya e-station.
My lady, this is Kledo station today. Unfortunately, when we visited this the Kledo station, the condition of the buildings are in this state. But we were able to take images, and they were able to see what the buildings of that time. So, but I was able to point the direction of Chief Albert Lutuli from Kledo, from Nontlevu, a general dealer, to Umvoti. So this is Kledo station because the history said Chief Lutuli after Nontlevu general dealer, he went past Kledo station. So here I'm just pointing to show this is the image of the Kledo station.
Kuvezwe isithombe salapha se-Kledo station ngoba ngokumlando ujoba ngakhombisa ke la amaphoyisa la ingenxa yomlando khona ukuthi lesikhathi inkosi isuka lapha esitolo kaNontlevu yahamba yadlula ngakhona lapha kule station lesi ke Kledo station.
My lady, this is the image of the remain concrete pillars of the original bridge of 1967. So here I was able to show them what is in that site. So these were the pillars of the Umvoti bridge, which was used by the goods train or train to cross the river. So when we arrived there, so I was able to point these remain concrete pillars, which relates to the site of the bridge where Chief Albert Lutuli met the accident in 1967.
Lapha kulesithombe siveziwe ke lapha ke kulona ke ibridge leli okubikwe kulona ukuthi ila kwenza khona isigameko ngalelanga noma inkosi ya besihlangana noma isidibane isigameko ngokombiko. Kona ke sikwazile ukuthi lapha ngikwazi ukubakhombisa nje izitsalela zalapha zawo ke la umzila lokaloliwe o-concrete laba basele laphana insike ezazilaphana ngoba phela isimo sakhona ke somdala ke ikona ke lo ngingabakhombisa kona ukuthi ila okubika ukuthi wadibana khona ke nengozi khona inkosi uLuthuli.
you can see, my lady, the water flow there. This is Umvoti River. So the bridge that you see far right there, it's a new bridge today. So it's also a railway bridge opposite to the concrete remaining of the bridge at the monument site of Chief Albert Luthuli. But I was able to show them the distance and the sizes of the bridge compared to this new and the old bridge at Umvoti there.
Le isithombe esivezwe manje sikhuluma siveze umfulo umvoti kodwa kuphinde kuvele lapha ngasesikudleni ibhlorho ke selilisha ke engakwazi ukubakhomisa lona ke baliqhathanise ke njengoba phela nalapha eceleni kusavela lapha leli blorho ke elidala okusekusela insalela ke zakhona ukwazi ukuthi baliqhathanise naleli lisha.
My lady, you can see the size of these concrete pillars. So it is about 9 meter high by 8 meter wide. So this is also when visitors visit the site are able to see the remaining pillars of the bridge in that area at Umvoti. The next image
futhi makwazi ukubheka ke lapha no ukalwa njengoba besikalile ubude nobanzi bakhona ilapho phela ukwazi ukufika ubone ngokweinsalelo zazikhona lapho ukwazi ube siyalinganisa ubude bakhona ngamamitha ayishaka lolunye nobubanzi kushaka lombili.
One of the image in our collection at the museum, we also have the image that you see here of the old bridge. This is how the bridge looked like. So it was a single railway track crossing the Umvoti River. So if you look at also, my lady, on this bridge, it also had a single pedestrian pathway. I think it was also used by people when they needed to cross the river from that side of Tembeni area to Gledo side. So after we compare the image of that bridge that we saw earlier, looking at this one, so there were those comparisons to say it could be this bridge were built on a similar times, or it's similar to this one of Chief Albert Luthuli in 1967.
Kunesithombe esinaso lapha esiveze umzila kaloliwe la khamba khona ngaba igozi noma kungaba isona isitimela kodwa esisodwa la eceleni khona indlela okuhanja khona ngenyawo njoba ke sasihamba siyokweqa umfula ke lapha la masibheka kwalesithombe naleli blorho engangade ngilibonile ngakhombisa ke kulona uyabona uma uqhathanisa uthi hayi kuthi mazifane ke lama blorho noma leyo mzila okusho ukuthi ngenze mhlambe zakhiwa sakufana noma ngekhathi lezi ezifana ngoba zithi masifane futhi naleliya blorho ke elibanda kanye ke inkosi uLuthuli.
This photo, Mr. Tilson, is one that is on your statement, image number 3.
That's correct.
Thank you. Proceed.
In our collection, my lady, we also have another picture on the same bridge, but in this image you can see the locomotive train when it was passing the river there. So this is the image which was taken probably on 21st of July 1967. So I think the gentleman there, he is demonstrating to to how people should do when the train approach. When you meet the train at the bridge, what other ways or means you can use for your safety, so that the train can able to pass. So I think this is also an image that demonstrates what could happen when the train passed the bridge at Umvoti so this is the image in 1967, my lady.
So are you saying that this image is a 1967 image?
According to how it's recorded into our collection,
okay.
yes, it was taken in 1967.
Thank you.
Kunalesithombe esiveziwe lapha esivela ke sine stimela ke la neguzi la khona umuntu khona acabangelayo ukuthi mhlawumbe waye khombisa ukutshela ukufundisa ukuthi mhlambe ke uma ulapha ke eBlorhweni ukuthi nase stimela mhlambe iziphi izinto ongazenza noma undlula uhamba kanjani ke lapha kona ke ngokwemininingwane yabo abanayo iveza ukuthi lesithombe sathathwa ngonyaka ka1967.
And this this photo is appearing on your statement, and is the last photo in a statement.
That's correct, my lady.
Thank you. Proceed.
My lady, on the other side of the monument site, yeah, you can able to see the remaining pillars. So on this side of the photo, that's where we have the monument site, which was declared as a monument site. But when people stand on top there, they are able to see the size of the bridge. They are able to see the pillars, the left pillars of the concrete pillars of the bridge. But when we up there, we are able to point where it could be the accident happened, because where the site is situated, it's not exactly where it reflects that Chief Albert Luthuli, where he was involved in the train accident. So the image that you see now, this is exactly the site where it also tells us the whole history and the story about the accident of Chief Albert Luthuli in 1967.
La kulesithombe esiveziwe ke indawo ekwazi ukuthi noma ke kuyona echaza ke kabanzi ke ngayonke into ke lapha ke eyenzeka kuyinkosi uLuthuli ngonyaka ka1967. Yebo, la kunale insalelo ezikhona ngoba mawume khona uyakwazi ukubona ubanzi ke nobude ke ba leli blorho. Nala kukhona nje khona indawo ezisikhumbuzo hayi ngoba ukuthi mhlambe lapho indawo ke ngqo kuyona ukubikwa noma ukuthi ke kwenzeka khona ke isigameko lesi sokuthi lesikhathi ke inkosi ishayiswa ke istimela ngokalo mniningwane ecazile.
And that's the end of the slide.
Scott, please, my lady. I would like to refer to, but my lady is just 2 minutes to 1. I'm not sure if I can.
No, I was waiting for the witness to go back to the witness box. You suggest that we break for lunch?
That's correct, my lady.
Thank you. Mr. Chusi, we'll take a lunch adjournment. We'll resume at 2:15. We still, as I understand from Mr. Msimang, we still need you to take the witness stand. But for now, let us break for lunch. Thank you. Let's adjourn.
Just a minute, 1 minute. Yeah. Just a one-on-one. Yeah, for now, not a cruise. No. You must take this one too. You must take this one to your table. Yeah, I know you always represent well. Yeah, no, it was made. Are you ready? Ngebulungu kuna masuku. Right?
Iman, yeah, Iman, my character, before we end.
Yeah.
Okay.
Got all right?
Mr. Chusi, you're still under a former oath. Mr. Msimang?
As the court pleases, my lady. Mr. Tusi, you were referring to your photos or images in this particular in your statement, and you were indicating that the last photo in the last page is in your collection.
That's correct.
My lady, I would like to refer the court to Burnley. This photo. Volume D on page 808.
Volume D, 808.
Yes, my lady.
Yes, I'm with you. Volume D doesn't go up to, it goes up to page 475. Maybe it's C. D, E.
E. Volume E. The photo which is on your last page of your statement, is it similar to that on the volume E on page 808?
That's correct.
Qinisekisa ke izithombe ke noma isithombe lesisivelile lapha statement sakhe sokugcina ukuthi siyafana nalesi sisivela lapha ke ku volume E ku page 808.
The train. Yeah. Yeah.
It is not the photos that you took yourself.
That's correct.
Kunjalo ukuthi akuzona izithombe zathwetshulwa uyena.
In your statement again, page 2 of your statement, paragraph 1, you said on the 6th of February 2023, you conducted a tour of Chief Albert Lutuli Road
That's correct.
to the
Yebo,
officials.
kuyiqiniso. Uthi umhla ka-6 ku February unyaka 2024 wabamba uhambo ke la eLuthuli.
The photos that were provisionally admitted by the court Exhibit F, which were taken by warrant officer pages, were not taken on the 6th of February, but they were taken on the 31st of May, as indicated in paragraph 4, that you also had a trip on that day.
I should agree with that as well.
Can you provide the witness, or does he have Exhibit F?
He has a
Oh,
copy
okay.
of the photos, my lady. And
Yes.
it's Exhibit F,
Yes, I've got a copy.
the witness is serving photos. On Exhibit F, photo number 1 and photo number 2 reflect Nonhlevu General Dealer.
That's correct.
Yebo, kuyiqiniso ukuthi lezi zithombe ziveza isitolo lesaka Nonhlevu.
Photo number 3 to photo number 7 reflect Cleto Station or railway station.
That's correct.
Yebo, kuyiqiniso le thombe ziveza lapha iGlares station.
Photo number 8 to photo number 10 reflect a railway remaining concrete pillars of the old bridge, and it is where that the alleged incident took place.
That's correct.
Kuyiqiniso ukuthi le thombe ziveza umzila loya omdala ebridge noma ibloho la kubiwa khona ukuthi isigameko senzeka khona. Ukhona ke insike ezivele lapha no concrete.
Photo number 11 to photo number 13 reflect the small bridge which is at Nchawini River, which is similar to the one where it is alleged that the incident took place.
My lady, that's correct.
Yebo, kuyiqiniso ukuthi le thombe ku11 kuya ku13 ziveza ibloho lapha eNtshaweni kubiwa ukuthi liyafana nala kwenza khona isigameko.
Exhibit, photos that is Exhibit F were taken by warrant officer Patches. Those points were pointed by you.
That's correct.
Yebo, kuyiqiniso ukuthi izithombe eziqothwe lapha kuyisifakazo uF ezathwetshula iphoyisa uBadges izithombe lezi kubiwa ukuthi uyena wayikhombisa iphoyisa le.
On photo number 3 of your statement, on page 176, if you look at the photo,
Yes.
if one needs to know as to where was the train station here, in which direction was the train station from, if you look at from that photo? And where was also the cane field of Chief Luthuli?
My lady, this image, it's in a direction of the south. So when you look to the far end of the bridge, that's where the sugarcane field should be located there. The train station will be on the north side.
Masibheka ngokwalesithombe ke la esingase ningizimu imoba ubheka uya phela ngasekugcineni kwaleli block ilapha imoba zikhona kanti isiteshi lesona singasohlangatheni lasenyakatho.
So if one looking at the photo, the south side is on the right of the person appearing on the photo.
That's correct.
Yebo
And the north is on the other side.
Yebo kunjalo ukuthi mobheka la kuvele khona lo muntu ngwalesithombe imoba zingasesikudleni sakhe bese kuthi ke isiteshi singakulunye uhlangothi.
My lady, I would like to proceed to the evidence of or to the statement of Brian Baba. My lady, it is on volume A, on page 167, and for the convenient, my lady, I made one copy for
Which page?
163 on volume A.
And you made, and Baba hasn't testified yet.
Yes, my lady, he hasn't.
So what is the status of the affidavit? Provisional.
Provisionally.
Thank you.
my lady. So you work with Brian Kaba at museum.
My lady, that's correct.
Yebo kuyiqiniso ukuthi usebenza ke kunye naye uQaba uBrian Qaba lapha endaweni yamagugu.
The second part of, or the second page of his statement is referring to a number of documents. In fact, the inquest documents.
Yes, I can see the inventory as followed.
Yebo kunjalo njoba naye bona ukuthi ekhasini lesibili ke lapha ke statementeni saza kwabo uQaba kuqukethwe noma ke kuchazwe ke la ngemniningwane efakwe lapha ke odabeni lika mufu kulodaba.
This document at the possession of the museum?
My lady, the Luthuli Museum has a collection room, which is a space where the museum keep all the collections, which is made up of newspaper articles, it's made up of photographs, it's made up of the handwritten documents, as well as the audio, visuals and tapes. So I confirm that Yes, Luthuli Museum does has this collection at archival room.
Qinisekisa ukuthi lapha eluthuli noma endaweni ekugcina kuyona kaMagugu yebo kuyiqiniso ukuthi banegumbi eligcina zonke izinto ezishicilelwe phansi ithombe ama-tape oma-video nokuqoshwe kwamaphimbo konke ke lokhu banako uyaqinisekisa ukuthi nale mniningwane esikhuluma ngayo emana nodaba leli kamufi kulolu daba yebo kukhona lapha kubona.
My lady, this second page is reflecting the documents contained in Exhibit D.
Yes, thank you.
That is the inquest report. And further on page 3, onward is also letters, newspaper card, telegrams, as you indicated. Are these also part and parcel of documents that are at the museum?
My lady, the following documents that are presented here form part of the Luthuli Museum collection.
Kunjalo ukuthi lokho kuvele la ekushicilelwe la nako kuseyingxenye yezinto ezigciniwe noma eziqoqiwe lapha emuseum yaseLuthuli.
So as per the evidence of Captain Khamanyan, as he indicated when testifying in court that he received this from Kaba, you can confirm that?
That's correct.
Yebo ngingaqinisekisa ke lokho njoba ebeshilo ufakazi uCaptain uKhamanyana ukuthi konke ke lokhu waye kuthathe lapha ke kuXaba.
No further questions, my lady.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman?
Thank you, my lady. Just to clarify, sir, just going back to page 808. Volume D that's in front of you. The image that's reflected there, it's a newspaper article, am I correct?
That's correct.
Yebo kuyiqiniso isithombe lesizwe la kuleli khasi u808 isithombe sasithathwe noma sathathwe ephepheni kwiphephandaba.
The heading of that particular article says 24 inches from death, correct?
That's correct.
And the description of the person in the photograph, it says that it is a Mr. Mataba, who was a railway, a person employed by the railway services in 1967. Am I correct?
That's correct. That's how it's written on this article.
Kunjalo ngokwaleli phepha njoba ke uchazwe umuntu ovele lapha okuwumnumzana uMataba wayeqashwe uloliwe ngaleso sikhathi leso.
And according to the copy of the inquest record which was received by Captain Khamanyane from the Luthuli Museum, Mataba is one of the persons who deposed to an affidavit in 1967. Am I correct? Should I repeat my question?
Thank you.
You did not hear me?
Yes.
All right. According to the copy of the inquest record
Yes.
that was received by Captain Khamanyane from the Luthuli Museum, a part of that record...
Sorry, inquest record of 1967.
1967. A part of that record has an affidavit which was deposed to by a person named Ntsakani Mataba.
That's correct.
Yebo kunjalo njoba ke kuveliwe ukuthi ngokuphoyisa ke la uCaptain Mokhamonyane uchazile ukuthi ke na lo vele la uTsakani Matabinyane uyavela ohlwini noma ke istatement sakhe ayikade ke esenzile ngesigameko lesiya sophenyo lecala lango 1967 kaMnumzane.
And this Mataba deposed to his statement on the 1st day of August 1967.
I will believe so, my lady. Thank you.
Yebo nami ngizokholelwa ukuthi kunjalo makuvela ukuthi yena ke lo uMnumzane uMataba wanikezelela ngale nkulumo yakhe ayifungelwe ebhale phansi kwakumhla ka1 kuAugust ngawunyaka ka1967.
My lady, this person's statement, Mataba, is reflected on pages 491 to 492 of volume B.
490.
491 to 492. Thank you, my lady.
Thank you.
Now, although there is no date on that newspaper article,
You mean the newspaper article?
that is on page
Page 808.
808. There is no date, one cannot see a date, if my memory serves me correct. However, if one is to believe that the person standing there is indeed Mataba, would I be correct in drawing the inference that that picture was taken in 1967 or maybe even a year after, but it couldn't have been later than 1967 or 1968?
My lady, I see the article, even although I can't see the other additional names, but the heading, it says Luthuli, F-U-N-E-R. I believe it says Luthuli Funeral. So if I recall, the funeral of Chief Albert Luthuli, it was on Sunday, 30 July 1967. So it could be the article was talking about the funeral of Chief
Sorry,
Albert Luthuli.
was it on
The
which date?
30th,
30th.
yes, 30 of July 1967.
Masibheka la ngokwephepha noma lingavezanga umhla ukuthi ke lalibhalweni la uthi kodwa ke njoba ke ku noma ngaqamile kahle kodwa kukhulunywa noma kubhale khona la kuvela khona uLuthuli okwakuvezwa kusho ukuthi ngodaba lokufihlwa ke kwakhe okusho ukuthi mangikhumbula kahle ukutshala kwakhe kwakungumhla ka30 kuJuly ngonyaka ka1967 okusho ukuthi ke lesikhathi ke kukhishwa noma ke kuvezwa leli phepha kwakulapho ngalezo sikhathi noma ngesikhathi sezotshalwa ngaleso sikhathi leso.
And so if you can just read the caption underneath that picture into the record, what does it say exactly?
The one that start with only.
The caption underneath the picture.
Oh, here. Okay. It says, as a train. Okay, I can't see it.
Train roads or what?
Okay, I can't see
So
the.
not the actual article, but just underneath the picture there is, I think there's 2 sentences which
Yes, I see.
describe the picture.
Yeah, it's just that after the train, I can't see what it
Read
says.
what-
But
read-
it says,
Read whatever's legible.
as a train by Mr. T. Matala, aligned to the side of Umvoti River Bridge at the spot where Mr. Albert Luthuli was fatally injured. At the time of the incident, Mr. Mataba was working near the bridge and he listened to Mr. Luthuli's aid. I think that's how.
Luthuli's.
I think. Yeah, it's aid or something. I think it's AID.
Sithombe ke la lesi sivezwe kwiphephandaba lachazwa khona ngomnumzane uT Mataba owayelapha buduze nehlangothini lalapha ke kuibleachini lalapha ke kwemvoti river endaweni la kubeka khona ukuthi umnumzane uLuthuli walimala ke khona nangalesikhathi kwenzeka isigameko kusho kwaMataba wayesebenza khona la kuleli bridge
Thank you, my lady. I have no further questions for this witness.
Mr. Ngoba.
Thank you, my lady. Maybe to keep you where you are, that picture that is in the newspaper and the one that are displayed from your own photo album, can it be safely taken that that is the same picture that appears?
That's correct.
Oh, okay.
kunjalo ukuthi le sithombe lesasivezwe lapha ekuliphephandaba nalesi esilapha ke kuyena ethombeni isithombe esisodwa ke lesi.
And the reference to 24 inches from death in the topic of that article, we cannot determine what that refers to, whether that is referring to be it the body of the person standing there to the train or the part where he has his foot.
It is-
from the steel part to the end of it.
My lady, it is confusing.
We do not know what
Yes.
that actually refers to.
Yes.
Qameleke kahle. Kunayo indida ke ngokwaleli banga kukhulunywa ngayo ukuthi mhlambe ekhulunywa ngebanga eliphakathi kwakhe nala ngaku train noma makuphi akucacile kahle.
But from just observing it, the picture, we can see that the train and the human being there are quite close,
That's correct.
if indeed that is the size of the train.
That's correct.
Impela kunjalo ukuthi uma sibheka ke la ngokwalesithombe uyabona ukuthi isitimela umuntu kusondelene impela.
And my colleague asked you about the direction in this picture of the fields. So from this person going in this picture or in your album, would you confirm first that you will avail these pictures for the court?
That's correct.
Oh, okay. And this picture going straight ahead, is that going towards Stenga or Durban side?
The far end is the Durban side.
Is that the Durban side? Is that where the fields
That's correct.
were located?
That's correct.
Oh, okay.
Ngobheka ngolesithombe uqhubeka ngaso usuku ulibhekise ngasohlangothini laseThekwini la khona ke imobo ngokwesithombe lesisiviziwe.
Okay. And looking at this picture, since you've confirmed you will avail this to the court as well, looking at this picture of the train station, as dilapidated as it is, that if you go down that side, straight in that picture, is that towards where the bridge was, the bridge in question?
That's correct, my lady.
Kunjalo mobheka ngolesithombe uqonda ke la ulibhekisa ngala kwakhona ibhlorho leli ke lesigameko mekukhulunywa ngalo.
That is the Durban direction.
That's correct, my lady.
Hlangothi kolibhekise ngaseThekwini.
And the bridge that you found, the new one which you later found to have been painted when you went there, is it on the opposite, in other words, behind as you go back from this picture, reversing back towards the Stenga direction?
Yeah, the bridge you are talking about is before train station.
Before the train
Yes.
station.
Yeah.
Yebo leli blorho bengikhuluma ngalo ke seli pendiwe ke labalisha lona li ngaphambilini ke kwale stage saseSteng.
And you, as the museum, you may know this or you may well not know it. You, as the museum, could you determine as to the range that was covered by the Umvoti River under these pillars that are shown in this picture, whether these pillars were on top of the river as it flew then, or it was in land as appears now.
My lady, my lady, to answer the question, during the time of the original bridge, I believe the condition was not like that.
It was not.
Yeah, and I believe that the river was more bigger.
It may have shrunk
looking,
over the years.
yeah, looking at the size of the bridge and the pillars there, so it shows that the river was a big river, and when we went to the site, so we have found out that it's just I think it's just a portion now of the river that flows under these pillars.
So the width of the river is not as
Not as
would have been understood then.
That's
in
correct.
67.
That's correct, my lady.
Oh, okay.
The size of the river, Mr. Ngobo,
The
or the water
the-
that is showing, because
the-
I don't think the river shrinks. There can be growth of plantations on either side.
the width.
Yes, I mean the
of
width.
the river. Yes.
But wait until they are flash floods.
Maybe it will again.
Well, the point I'm at is that
Yes.
it could have been narrowed because of the vegetation,
Yes.
but the size of the river, as we know, can be revived depending on how heavy the rain is.
That is correct. That is correct.
Can we correct that?
Ma-
The river may still be wide. It's only that the flow of water could have narrowed.
It could have narrowed.
Maybe the
in other
bridge.
words,
You see, when the bridge is constructed, it will never be constructed such that it's also shrunk. It will still
in
stand
line with the river.
wide apart.
Oh, okay.
Maybe he should clarify that.
Yes. You understand what the court is saying?
Yes, I do. Maybe just to add from the point.
Yes.
Currently, what we just found in that site is that there are sand minings that are happening in that area under the bridge.
Okay.
So I think that's why you find that the river needs to take another position
Oh,
because of that.
the impact.
Yes, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
You're right.
Understand.
No.
Sorry, Mr. Ngobo, can we go back to that picture of the river? That is quite wide, eh? Or is it in its narrow position? Narrow condition?
It's a narrow condition, my lady.
So now it's narrower.
Yes,
In the past, it was wider. Okay, I
that's
see.
correct, my lady.
Okay.
I have no further questions, my lady.
Mayichaza ngokwesimo sebhlorho la ngalesa sikhathi namanje ukuthi cha ngeke phela asafani ke noma engeke akwazi ukuthi kwakumike kanjani, kodwa uma ubheka uyabona ukuthi indlela kusho khulu ngayo awusemkhulu kangako umfula nani lo lapha ke ngaphansi kwaleli blorho, futhi seku nomthelo ukuthi amanzi awasemaningi njengasekuqaleni ngoba kukhona enye ke imayini yesihlabathi khona okungenza ukuthi lokho sokwenza kube nezinguquko zokuthi ke umfula unwebeke noma indlela amanzi akhona bese eshintsha uhlangothi ngendlela osekwakheke ngakhona ngesimanje okungasafani nangalesi asikhathi lesakudala.
Mr. Dunya?
As the court pleases, my lady, I don't have questions for you.
Thank you, may be excused. Oh, Ms. Chairman?
My lady, I'm so sorry. I omitted to ask 2 questions. If
Yes, go ahead.
I apologize for that, my lady. Sir, you, as can be seen on the pictures, there are, what remains today are pillars
That's correct.
of the old bridge. Do you know what happened to the old bridge?
I think one of the, as part of our research, we tried to find out exactly what happened, but we discovered that I think the railway, they decided to remove the top side because on top it was only steel. So there was nothing concrete that was built on top of those pillars. But I think due to time, they decided to take all the material that was used on top. So that's why we don't see anything on top, because whatever was used on top, it was made up of steel. So I think it was removed by railway companies, I think. Yeah.
Mangaphendula nje kuloko ukuthi unalo ulwazi okwenzeka ngebhlorho leli. Cha ngokuphenyo lethu salenza uloliwe ke kunezinto ezilapha phezulu ingxenye phezulu ibhlorho ke kwakususa ke kwezinto ezazakhiwe ke ngeinsimbi. Njoba sesibona sekuyisimo kuyisona.
And you would not know the reason why those steel structures were removed from that bridge. You wouldn't know why.
My lady, I won't have more information about that.
Ngeke ngibe nalo lunye ulwazi olungaphezulu kwalolu mayelana nokuthi ngabe ke kwasuselwanza asuselani lezo zinsimbi lezo ezilapha kulela blog.
Your image. Your image. Yes. On the last page of your statement, you've got your statement in front of you.
That's correct.
That's the photo of the gentleman that is on the bridge. And there's a train. Can you show up the? Yes, that's the one. That photo. So you testified to say that on the right-hand side of the gentleman would be the station. Sorry. The question was asked to you. Or perhaps you can repeat. What would be on the right-hand side? You said it was the station, am I correct?
That's correct.
On the right-hand side of the man standing there.
That's correct.
Kunjalo ukuthi ngasohlangothini lesikudla sala kume khona lo mlisi ngokwalesithombe ila khona ke station.
And Glenhouse Station, is it on your way to Durban or is it on your way to Stanger?
From south is on your way to Stanger.
Mosuka lapha ngaseningizimu sisendleleni yakho uma uya eStanger.
So if the inquest record of 1967 reflects that the train was on its way to Durban, would I interpret that picture of that train?
Yes.
Would I interpret it to say it's facing the incorrect direction?
That's
it's not
correct.
facing the direction of Durban, it's actually facing the direction of Stanger.
That's correct.
Kunjalo ke ukuthi njoba kwavezwa ukuthi le siyastiva sasilibhekise ngasohlangothini laseThekwini okusho ukuthi ngokwala kuzobe kungabhekile ke ngendlela kuzobe kubheke ngakolunye uhlangothi ngokwesithombe.
Thank you, my lady. No further questions.
Yes, Mr. Msema.
My lady, We referred to statements of Brian Gaba and that request that it be marked as exhibit provisionally,
Exhibit O.
and also volume C to be marked exhibit, my lady. And that's all, my lady.
Volume C, what page?
Volume C is starting from page.
Oh, you mean the statement of Kaba?
Statement of Kawa is
It's volume O, provisionally,
provisionally as exhibit O.
exhibit O.
Yes,
And
my
it's
lady.
in volume C.
No, volume C is alone be marked as exhibit.
The whole of volume C.
The whole of exhibit because it's containing the list of
Oh,
the list of
the list of documents.
documents that were.
I don't think we should mark it as an exhibit. We can refer to it.
Escort, please, my lady.
Just a point of clarification, Mr. Tusi.
Yes, ma'am.
The train, is it approaching the station or is it leaving the station?
As far as I see in this image, my lady, this train was on the direction towards the Gledo station.
So it's approaching.
Yes.
Mamda
Okay.
wesithombe lesi isitimela lesasiya khona e-station lesikledo.
So you wouldn't know whether it had slowed down or it was still in full speed.
I believe on this, what was happening on this day, the train was there, they were just taking an image for a newspaper article.
Oh, okay.
Because I don't believe there will be a photographer who will be able to take a
Okay.
picture of a moving
So
train.
Mataba was just trying to say, what was he really trying to do there?
I believe here the Sunday Tribune newspaper reporter.
Sort of like reconstructing what
Yeah,
could have
they were
happened.
trying to put up a story around what happened on this day.
Okay.
Because here it's a man standing, and I believe that locomotion train is also standing.
So the train wasn't in motion.
Yeah, and reading
Obviously,
off.
it would blow him off.
Yeah, probably. I don't think you can able to pause for the train which is approaching you, and the camera.
I've been wondering
present.
what's really happening. And I see the article, although it's not readable, does say something like a screeching sound or whistling of the train. So I don't know what to make of it. But thank you for your clarification that it was as it was, the pictures taken there, it would depict a train approaching the station rather than leaving
That's
the
correct.
station.
lady.
Okay.
Uyaqinisekisa ufaka njengoba eveza kulesa sithombe lesi siveze isitimela kunomuntu uyasho ufakazi ukuthi cha angicabanga ukuthi kungaba sesimeni sokwazi ukuthwebula isithombe kakhulukazi ngokuchaza kwafakazi isitimela esasibhekise ngakhona ngase station iGledo lesi kwayena umuntu wayengakwazi ukuma lindele ukuthwetshulwa isithombe usho ukuthi emveni kwalokwa kushuthwa nje ukuthi simile isitimela.
Thank you. I suppose there are no further questions.
No further question.
Yeah, you are excused, Mr. Luthuli.
Thank you, my lady.
Yes, Mr. Dunya.
As a good business management, My lady, at this stage, the prosecution wishes to hand up the extras that the witness, the Honorable Jeff Hadebe, referred to. The first being from the book by Chief Albert Lutuli, Let My People Go. My lady, it was referred to as
L1. Is that L1? That's what we had said.
That is correct, my lady. And the second one from the book, Comrade and Commander, The Life and Times of Joe Modise.
That would be L2.
As the court pleases, my lady. My lady, at the stage, the state applies for an adjournment because the next witness was a pre-arranged witness, Mr. Lutuli, who had
who's
started with
already
his
given-
evidence, and we have arranged that tomorrow morning the court will start with him before we proceed to any other witness.
Any other witness? Okay, let's adjourn then.
As the
So
court
you
pleases,
have
my lady.
an early afternoon. What are you going to do with your afternoon?
My lady, as from now, there is quite a lot of documents
Preparation.
that needs to be paginated for the court.
Okay, thank you.
As the court
Thank you
pleases,
very
my
much.
lady.
Ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Kupega, at least you have a rest today. We'll adjourn now. And these proceedings stand adjourned until the 24th of April, 2025. We will resume at 10 o'clock as usual. Thank you. Court adjourns.